morning, Your Excellencies. If I may please ask you to take your seats. We're about to begin our program of this 21st ISS Shangri-La Dialogue, and that will go smoother if you start taking your seats and we can get the room settled, please. It is my great pleasure and honor to invite onto the stage the U.S. Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Lloyd Austin. Secretary, thank you very much. I can ask you. Your Excellencies, a very good morning. I'm pleased to see you all here, and I'm delighted to open the 21st ISS Shangri-La Dialogue, Asia's premier defense summit. I would like to begin by thanking Prime Minister Lawrence Wong for having hosted us last night for the opening keynote address. In the keynote address, President Marcos of the Philippines spoke about his vision for a strong and prosperous Asia-Pacific, and he made important points about the integrity of multilateralism and the rule of law. It's fantastic to see so many delegations here at the dialogue. It is fantastic to see so many ministers engaging in defense diplomacy. And in a minute, we will begin the first plenary session here at the dialogue on the United States strategic partnerships in the Indo-Pacific. A brief reminder that all the speeches, all the answers, but also all the questions delivered in these plenary sessions will be on the record. We are technologically enabled here at the ISS, so if you wish to take the floor to ask a question or make a comment, you will have noticed you have a microphone at your seat to do so. You will need your delegate badge, this little badge here, to activate the microphone. Altogether, there are 2 steps involved. I hope that should be manageable. The first one is to put your delegate badge into the microphone unit, which will activate the unit, and then once you seek the floor, you press the speak button. Then your microphone, once you've done that, your microphone will turn green, and your name is added to my list that I have up here. When your microphone is green, it is not a hot mic. When I select you from the list that I have here, your microphone will turn red. And when it does so, it is very much a hot mic, and then you have an opportunity to ask your questions. As always, I'd like to encourage you to keep those questions short and crisp so that we can get to meaningful, insightful answers quickly and get through many of them as we can. There will be points when more people will be seeking the floor than I can get in the available time, and I'm sure you will all understand that I will need to be a bit selective so that we get a variety of perspectives in. So 2 steps, insert your badge, press the button, you're in the queue. And I'm delighted to now turn to Lloyd Austin, who is back at the ISS Shangri-La Dialogue. Many of you gathered here will know that Secretary of Defense Austin has traveled frequently to this region in the pursuit of U.S. strategic partnerships and in the pursuit of U.S. strategic priorities. Mr. Secretary, we're honored to have you back at the Shangri-La Dialogue, and this podium is yours. We're looking forward to your remarks, Mr. Secretary.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is great to be back in Singapore. And I'm glad to see everyone for my 3rd Shangri-La Dialogue as Secretary of Defense. So this is starting to be a habit. And Bastian and John told me that if I came back again this year, I'd get a free set of steak knives. So let me again thank IISS and our hosts for bringing us together here. This is my fourth visit to Singapore as Secretary of Defense, and I've spoken at a IISS event every time. And there really is nothing like the Shangri-La Dialogue. I'm glad that we've got a distinguished bipartisan delegation here this year from the United States Congress. And let me thank Singapore for being such an outstanding host year after year. I'm especially grateful to Senior Minister Teo and to my good friend, Minister Ang. Let me congratulate Prime Minister Wong on his new role. And you know, it's great to see so many friends and valued colleagues in Singapore, such as Deputy Prime Minister Marles and President-elect Prabowo. We've also got some great partners who are here for the first time as Ministers of Defense, including Minister Kihara, Minister Shen, Minister Collins, Minister Teodoro, Secretary Teodoro, and more. Let me also note that yesterday I had the opportunity to meet in person for the first time with Minister Dong of the People's Republic of China. We had a frank discussion, and that's important. When we all gathered here last year, I said that the right time for defense leaders to talk is any time and every time. So there is no substitute for direct military-to-military talks between senior leaders. And there's no substitute for open lines of communication to avoid misunderstanding and miscalculations. As I've always said, dialogue is not a reward. It's a necessity. And so I look forward to more talks with the PRC. Now, I know that you've seen a lot of me in this region. This is my 10th visit to the Indo-Pacific as Secretary of Defense. And I've attended every ADMM Plus gathering on my watch. And that's because the United States is a Pacific nation. And it's because this region, more than any other, is shaping the course of this century. The United States is deeply committed to the Indo-Pacific. We are all in, and we're not going anywhere. As President Biden has said, for decades, America's enduring commitment to the region has been a springboard that's enabled transformative growth, ensured the open flow of commerce, and lifted millions of people out of poverty. And in today's world, the President noted, that relationship goes both ways. The United States remains vital to the future of the region. And the region is more vital than ever to the United States of America. You know, I made my first trip to Singapore as Secretary of Defense in July of 2021, in the first months of the Biden administration. And Singapore and the region were still in the midst of the COVID pandemic. The whole audience was wearing masks. And leaders in this region were focused on how to source more vaccines and to climb out of the pandemic and open back up. But the region's recovery since then has been nothing short of inspiring. And that's a reminder of how much we can achieve together and how our deep ties can let us come together during tough times. It's a reminder of how the investments that we make today can pay dividends later, and often in new and unexpected forms of cooperation. So I'd like to summon that spirit again today. We all understand the threats and challenges of today's global security landscape. And they range from the mounting damage of climate change to the specter of pandemic disease, from nuclear dangers to terrorism and turmoil in the Middle East, from Russia's reckless war on Ukraine to actions in this region that erode the status quo and threaten peace and stability. So we've gathered at a hinge in history. But over the past few years in this region, we've risen to meet this moment together. You know, in my first speech in Singapore as Secretary of Defense, I said that our countries share the shores of the Pacific. But we also share an understanding of the power of partnership. We understand that power because we've lived it. The United States and this region are more secure and more prosperous when we work together. And over the past 3 years, we've seen just what that looks like. Like-minded countries across this region have deepened our ties and delivered real-world results for the people of the Indo-Pacific. In fact, our achievements together over the past 3 years reveal something even more fundamental about this region's future. Today, we are witnessing a new convergence around nearly all aspects of security in the Indo-Pacific. This new convergence is producing a stronger, more resilient, and more capable network of partnerships. And that is defining a new era of security in the Indo-Pacific. You know, in the past, our experts would talk about a hub and spokes model for Indo-Pacific security. And today we're seeing something quite different. This new convergence is not a single alliance or coalition, but instead something unique to the Indo-Pacific. A set of overlapping and complementary initiatives and institutions propelled by a shared vision and a shared sense of mutual obligation. This new convergence is about coming together and not splitting apart. It isn't about imposing one country's will. It's about summoning our sense of common purpose. It isn't about bullying or coercion. It's about the free choices of sovereign states. And it's about nations of goodwill uniting around the interests that we share and the values that we cherish. Now, at the heart of this shared vision is a set of common principles. Countries across the Indo-Pacific, including the United States, are converging around these enduring beliefs: respect for sovereignty and international law, the free flow of commerce and ideas, freedom of the seas and skies, and openness, transparency, and accountability. Equal dignity for every person, and the peaceful resolution of disputes through dialogue and not coercion or conflict. And certainly not through so-called punishment. These principles are widely shared. They are vital And we've all seen the consequences when states choose to violate them. In February of 2022, Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine shocked the world and this region. And since then, Putin's war of aggression has provided us all with a preview of a world that none of us would want. It's a glimpse of a world where tyrants trample sovereign borders. A world where peaceful states live in fear of their neighbors, and a world where chaos and conquest replace rules and rights. But Russia's lawless invasion also reminds us that free countries can rally together to help the victims of aggression. You know, we've all been inspired by the courage of Ukraine's troops and the resilience of Ukraine's people. Governments and people around the world have rushed to help Ukraine defend itself, including countries across the Indo-Pacific. And the United States will continue to stand strong for a free and secure Ukraine, and for an open world of rules, rights, and responsibilities. As Prime Minister Kishida said at the White House just a few weeks ago, we must resolutely defend and further solidify a free and open international order based on the rules of law. And those principles remain vital right here in the Indo-Pacific. You know, President Marcos spoke eloquently last night about the rule of law in the South China Sea. And he's right. Every country, large or small, has the right to enjoy its own maritime resources and to freely sail and operate wherever international law allows. The harassment that the Philippines has faced is dangerous, pure and simple. And we all share an interest in ensuring that the South China Sea remains open and free. Peace and stability across this region are crucial for the whole world. Our friends in NATO and the European Union and the G7 know it, and so do we. So from day one, the Biden administration has emphasized that the Indo-Pacific is at the heart of U.S. strategy. Of course, we're not operating in a vacuum. Putin's imperial aggression against Ukraine has echoed around the world. So the crisis in the Middle East, or so has a crisis in the Middle East, after the vile October 7th Hamas terrorist assault on Israel, and the heartbreaking loss of Palestinian civilian life in Gaza since then. But despite these historic clashes in Europe and the Middle East, the Indo-Pacific has remained our priority theater of operations. Because just as what happens in Europe and the Middle East matters to this region, the actions that we take together here will continue shaping the 21st century for the entire world. And safeguarding the security and prosperity of this region remains the core organizing principle of U.S. national security policy. So let me be clear. The United States can be secure only if Asia is secure. And that's why the United States has long maintained our presence in this region. And that's why we continue to make investments necessary to meet our commitments to our allies and partners. Of course, this starts at home. The United States military remains the most capable fighting force on earth. With the support of Congress, this administration has delivered major funding every year to keep it that way. And we've consistently linked our investments to our strategy. And I am proud that over the past 3 years, the United States has devoted historic amounts of resources towards maintaining peace, stability, and deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. Over the past 3 years, we've worked together with our friends to make this region more stable, more secure, and more prosperous. So today, I want to talk not just about the principles that we share, but also about the results that we've delivered. The Department's National Defense Strategy calls U.S. alliances and partnerships our greatest global strategic advantage. And today, that's truer than ever. So, together with our friends in the region, we're breaking down national barriers and better integrating our defense industries. With Japan, we're developing a glide-phase interceptor to counter hypersonic threats. With India, we've made historic progress on co-producing fighter jet engines and armored vehicles. Across Southeast Asia, we're using new technology and training to uphold freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. And that includes working closely with our allies in the Philippines to field maritime defensive capabilities and expanding maritime domain awareness across the region. And this spring, President Biden secured unprecedented funding for foreign military financing in the Indo-Pacific. We're moving quickly to get those funds to our partners. The recently passed National Security Supplemental also included major investments in our submarine industrial base to help strengthen our AUKUS partnership with Australia and the United Kingdom. We're also working together to fortify the shared capacity of the defense industrial bases of our allies and partners. And that's why so many countries, including the United States, are endorsing a statement of principles today to strengthen the resilience of the region's defense industrial bases. And so we are operating with our allies and partners like never before. And that part of the new convergence means more interoperability, more advanced capabilities, and more security. With Japan and the Republic of Korea, we have created a multi-year trilateral exercise plan. Its highlight is a new named exercise that will allow our countries to train together in unprecedented ways. With the Philippines, Australia, France, and more than a dozen observer countries, we just concluded the biggest Balikatan exercise yet. We're also making huge strides in two other major multinational exercises. Super Garuda Shield in Indonesia and Cobra Go in Thailand. Both now have higher participation levels than before the pandemic. And they're both getting larger and more complex. We've also secured a series of historic agreements with our allies and partners to transform our force posture throughout the Indo-Pacific. With Japan, we're forward stationing the most advanced formation in the United States Marine Corps. With the Philippines, we're expanding U.S. rotational access to 4 new sites through our Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. With Papua New Guinea, we finalized an historic defense cooperation agreement last year. And with Australia, we're moving out on major posture initiatives in every domain. And so these agreements are historic. And they're just the starting point. We are on the verge of even more powerful changes to our posture and presence in the Indo-Pacific. These changes rest on new and future arrangements among our Indo-Pacific allies and partners, as well as with our European partners. And you can see this growing trend in the new reciprocal access arrangement between Japan and Australia. And it's creating unprecedented opportunities. As these efforts mature, they will mean more seamless combined operations throughout the region. And the new convergence of overlapping and mutually reinforcing security institutions will amplify these activities. With Tokyo and Seoul, we're sharing early warning data on North Korean missiles in real time. We're advancing our partnership with Australia and Japan on an integrated air and missile defense architecture. With the Quad, we're helping our partners sharpen their operational picture of their exclusive economic zones through the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness. We're also investing with ASEAN in training and educational opportunities for the future defense leaders of Southeast Asia. So together, this new convergence has helped us make historic progress in the past 3 years. And we've strengthened stability on the Korean Peninsula. We've supported the status quo across the Taiwan Strait. And we've stood up for the rule of law in the South China Sea. Now, sustaining this progress will take teamwork. It will take resolve, and it will take leadership. I mean the kind of leadership that we saw at Camp David last year, when President Biden, Prime Minister Kishida, and President Yoon began a new era of trilateral partnership among the United States, Japan, and the ROK. The kind of leadership that we saw from Indonesia, and Vietnam, and Malaysia, when they resolved long-standing maritime boundary disputes. And the kind of leadership that we've seen from President Marcos, who spoke so powerfully last night about how the Philippines is standing up for its sovereign rights under international law. And so that's why my belief in the power of partnership has never wavered. In fact, my belief has only grown after 41 years in uniform and more than 3.5 years as Secretary of Defense. Ladies and gentlemen, the progress that we've made together is built to last. Not just for the next year, but for the next decade and beyond. And America will continue to play a vital role in the Indo-Pacific. Together with our friends across the region that we share. In the United States, across the United States government, across our political landscape, you'll find a strong and bipartisan commitment to the Indo-Pacific. Now, critics and propagandists will still oppose the principles that drive convergence. They will continue to reject the rule of law, and they will try to impose their will through coercion and aggression. But the Indo-Pacific's new convergence points to a better future for all of our countries. That means a future of fresh and growing partnerships, a future where long-standing friendships grow into even deeper forms of cooperation, a future where every country can defend itself, and a future where like-minded countries are more connected than ever. Now, that's the future that all of our people deserve. And together, we're making it real. Together, we're investing in the capabilities that promote lasting security and stability. And together, we're ensuring that the Indo-Pacific will remain open and free. And so I am more determined than ever to build on these historic results of the past 3 years. I am more proud than ever of what we have achieved together. And I am more optimistic than ever about what lies ahead. Thank you very much.
Secretary Austin, thank you very much for those remarks. I think you made a very interesting point about the evolution from a hub and spokes model to the convergence of overlapping initiatives that you explained in your remarks, the common purpose that you see around shared interest and values. You gave us important examples of progress that has been made around exercises, around military to military contacts, defense industrial resilience you mentioned, posture changes you mentioned. And you spoke at the end there about fresh and growing partnerships for that common purpose. So all those are points to pick up on. We will now have a few questions. We'll take a few individual questions and we might start grouping a few of them together. The list is getting longer by the second. The first person I'd like to...
So it's a good time to stop then.
We've got a bit of time. So the first one I'd like to ask is Trisha Ray from India and from the Young Leaders Program. Trisha, your microphone is live.
Thank you. Trisha Ray from the Atlantic Council. Secretary Austin, my question for you is there enough momentum in the US's Indo-Pacific strategy and the network of complementary and overlapping institutions, as you mentioned, to ensure continuity irrespective of the results of the U.S. election?
I think there is significant momentum. I think a good example is the relationship that we enjoy with India right now is as good as or better than our relationship has ever been. It's really strong. You know, several years ago, we set out with a notion to gain approval for India to build jet engines for fighter aircraft in India. I served on the board of a company that makes jet engines for fighter aircraft, and I know how difficult this was going to be. And we were hopeful but very skeptical that we could get this across the finish line. We did it. That's happening. As I said in my speech, we're co-producing armored vehicles with India. So the anchors of our progress are sunk pretty deep throughout the region. And they're based on a common vision and common values. And so I believe that the momentum that we see is going to not only continue, but that flywheel is going to pick up speed because this benefits us all. But to answer your question, yes, I do think that this will be lasting. You didn't ask me about who I thought would win the election, but I'll be willing to share that with you. So.
Thank you very much, Secretary. The next question from South Korea, Chung Min Lee.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for your wonderful speech. The U.S. has always said that the ROK is a linchpin of Asian policy and security in the region. And yet, unlike AUKUS, the U.S. has been quite lukewarm to South Korea's desire to have nuclear-powered submarines. So my question to you, sir, is if the South Korean government officially asks Washington for its support in building nuclear-powered submarines for the ROK Navy, would you support such an initiative? Thank you.
Well, I would tell you that, and I see Deputy Prime Minister Maul sitting right in front of you there, but the initiative that we've taken on with Australia and the UK is one that will provide stability and security, assist in providing stability and security for the region for decades to come. This is a generational investment. This is no small endeavor. It is very, very difficult to go through each piece of this. And so we've just started down this path with Australia. Highly doubtful that we could take on another initiative of this type anytime in the near future. But I would also point out, and you mentioned this earlier, what a strong ally the ROK is for us, and the fact that we have depended on each other and will continue to depend on each other for the foreseeable future. And we're seeing so many positive things in the region. The relationship, the improving relationship between Japan, the ROK, and the U.S. I mean, this trilateral relationship is where it, in my view, has never been in recent past. So it's, taking on that kind of endeavor on top of what we're working through right now, I think would be very, very difficult for us. So.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to, from Vietnam, Big Chan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary, you mentioned the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness. So the program has delivered radio frequency data to regional maritime agencies. So this sounds very similar to what the U.S. has already doing with CVision, the online platforms. So my question is that how does IEP MDA differentiate itself from existing initiative, and how it will be involved to remain responsive to maritime challenges? Thank you.
I think I missed the question here, so could you just repeat the question?
Yes, so I would like to know your thought on how the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness different from existing initiative, because what it has been doing is very similar to the CVision platform, then how it will evolve. Yeah. Thank you.
There are some similarities in current capabilities, but the idea here is that we work together to increase capabilities going forward, and we use that mechanism to do that. And this is not focused just on one particular element of technology. This is focused eventually on a full range of possibilities that we can bring together. And the more, the merrier, quite frankly. The more that we can share this with other countries in the region, the better it is for all of us. So we're off to a great start, and I think we have a lot of opportunities to continue to build on this going forward, and we're going to do just that.
Thank you very much. And we have from the U.S. and CNN, Ivan Watson. Ivan, your microphone is live.
Yeah. Thank you, Secretary Austin. Last night, the Philippine president was asked about the ongoing sparring going on in the South China Sea between the Philippines and China, and about the potential scenario of a Filipino citizen or service member being killed. He said that would cross the Rubicon. It would be interpreted as an act of war. And he anticipated that treaty allies would hold that to the same standard. How would you interpret that type of scenario? Would the U.S. government interpret a death at sea as an act of war? And would that invoke a mutual defense treaty?
Let me begin by saying that our commitment to the Mutual Defense Treaty is ironclad. No questions, no exceptions. Ironclad. I won't speculate on any hypothetical situation. What I would say, though, is that what we are doing and what we continue to try to do is to make sure that that doesn't happen. And by increasing dialogue between major powers and making sure that countries are working together to promote freedom of the seas and freedom of the skies, that will narrow the possibility that this happens. There are a number of things that can happen at sea or in the air. We recognize that. But our goal is to make sure that we don't allow things to spiral out of control unnecessarily. And again, I will not speculate on any one thing or another. I will continue to emphasize that our commitment to the Mutual Defense Treaty is ironclad.
Thank you very much. And we have a question from China, Senior Colonel Yang Kao, please.
Thank you, host. Mr. Secretary of Defense, as we know, the United States has the largest alliance system in the world, including NATO, and is pushing for further integration of its allies in the Asia-Pacific region. My question is the United States planning to build a NATO-like alliance system in the Asia-Pacific region? The eastward expansion of NATO has led to the Ukraine crisis. What implications do you think the strengthening of the U.S. alliance system in the Asia-Pacific will have on this region's security and stability? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary.
I respectfully disagree with your point that the expansion of NATO caused the Ukraine crisis. The Ukraine crisis was... Ukraine crisis obviously was caused because Mr. Putin made a decision to unlawfully invade his neighbor, who had an inferior military at that point in time. He assumed that he could very quickly roll over his neighbor and annex the country. That was 2+ years ago. He has not achieved any of his strategic objectives to this point. But this was brought on because of a decision made by Mr. Putin. As to whether or not we're trying to create a NATO in the Indo-Pacific, I would tell you that what we're doing is what I said earlier in the speech. Countries of like-minded countries with similar values and a common vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific are working together to achieve that vision. And we've strengthened relationships with our allies and partners, and we see other countries strengthening their relationships with each other in the region. This is goodness. But it's because they have a common vision and common values. And we will continue to do those kind of things going forward. So.
Thank you. And from Malaysia and the Young Leaders Group, Benedict Verasena.
Thank you, Secretary Austin, for the engaging and enlightening remarks. My question is on the point of convergence, which you brought up towards the end of your speech. Convergence is a very subjective principle indeed. So what is your view on the principle of convergence in a multipolar world with the rise of middle powers, especially in the Indo-Pacific region, which seems in contestation with the idea of convergence under a unipolar world in the past 3 decades? Thank you.
How strong is that force of convergence while we see middle powers rising and becoming more assertive?
Thanks. I think that this convergence is indeed, it's very strong, and it's driven not by a singular treaty. It's driven by a desire for countries, like-minded countries, to work together to ensure that we maintain the vision of an open and free Indo-Pacific and maintain a rules-based international order. And I think because of that, we'll see the momentum increase in a very positive manner. But yes, I do think this is a strong movement, and I think, again, it will occur over time. But in the last 3 years alone, all of the things that I described earlier have occurred in 3 years. I would say that's momentum, and there will be other countries that want to do other things, and that's clearly understood. And as I said, there will be pundits and propagandists who have a different view, and that's fine. We welcome that. But the fact of the matter is, countries in this region really want to protect their fishing rights, their exclusive economic zones, and they really want to prosper. And we want that for them as well. Their neighbors want that for them. So I think there's strength here. Things won't necessarily occur overnight in a lot of cases, but again, in the last 3 years, we've seen some remarkable things.
Thank you. From France, Céline Payon, please.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary Austin, thank you very much for your opening remarks. You rightfully underlined the importance of the strategic partnership. You referred to new and future arrangements with Indo-Pacific partners and also European partners. So my question is, what are your expectations vis-à-vis European partners and allies in the Indo-Pacific theater? Thank you.
Well, I don't want to embarrass them by having them raise their hand, but I would tell you that there are a number of defense ministers from Europe in the room with us today. They're not in the room because I invited them. They're in the room because they have an interest in this region. And, you know, as I engage with my counterparts in Europe, I see an increasing interest in the region and to make sure that things continue to move in the right direction. Even though there's a pretty significant challenge in Europe right now. But I just have to tell you that I see that interest as increasing going forward, not decreasing. So.
Thank you very much. We'll take a question from New Zealand. Susanna Jessup, please.
Secretary Austin, thank you very much for your remarks. I wonder if you could detail efforts the US is undertaking to de-escalate tensions in your dialogue and engagement with China. Are there any areas giving you hope that regional tensions are not eventually going to spill over into kinetic conflict? Thank you.
You're asking if I would detail my conversation with Minister Dong? Is that what you asked?
If you don't mind.
The short answer is no, but the reason for that is I certainly, we both want to make sure that we maintain an open dialogue here. The key piece here, the key issue is that we're talking. And as long as we're talking, we're able to identify those issues that are troublesome, and that we want to make sure that we in place guardrails to ensure that there are no misperceptions and no miscalculations, and incidents can spiral out of control in the region. But you can only do that kind of thing if you are talking. And you'll recall, you've heard me say every year at this dialogue, you've heard me talk about the importance of making sure that those communications channels are open. And I told Minister Dong that if he calls me on an urgent matter, I will answer the phone. And I certainly hope that he'll do the same. And it's that communication that I think that will help to keep things in the right place and help us move things towards greater stability and security in the region. But I know that you didn't expect for me to detail my conversation with him anyway, but we did talk about a number of substantive issues that are important to both of us. And again, we will continue to work. We both want to make sure that the channels stay open, and hopefully they will. We'll continue to work on these issues between me and him, but also with our staffs and subordinates as well. So.
Thank you very much. And we have a question from the UK and the ISS. Viraj Solanki, please. Viraj.
Thank you, Bastian, and thank you, Secretary Austin. Mr. Secretary, how do you see prospects for the Quad grouping of the US, Australia, Japan, and India? There's not been a leadership-level summit this year due to scheduling issues, and do you think the group needs to develop a more overt, security-focused agenda to stay relevant, and how does it compare and contrast to the new quadrilateral grouping established, the so-called Squad of US, Japan, Australia, and the Philippines? Thank you.
So the question is, as far as the Quad is concerned, should we have more of a security focus? I think there is a security focus, and of course I engage with my counterparts in each of those countries routinely. But there's an important point here. The United States military is a big hammer, and each of these countries have big hammers in their militaries. But that hammer is not the only solution to every problem, or it's not the only solution to most problems. We want to make sure that everything that we're doing, we're taking a whole-of-government approach, that we're using all the instruments of national power in every case to address issues, but also grow together in terms of the ability to share capabilities and develop capabilities together. So I think this whole-of-government issue is very, very important. And quite frankly, we're hopeful that we see that in more places around the region as well. So that's like 100 questions now?
Well, we'll take one last one, if you don't mind. We're still in the double digits, so we're okay. We'll take one more from Indonesia. Devi Fortuna Anwar, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Bastian. Secretary, I really enjoyed your speech. But I noticed that you very carefully avoided mentioning China when you talk about Strait of Taiwan or about the South China Sea issues. And there's no mention about the US-China strategic competition. So it is really a sign of, following from the earlier question from New Zealand, of de-escalating of tension between Washington and China, which of course would be very welcome to this part of the world, which is always very worried about the intensification of tension. But on the other hand, if Washington and Beijing are talking closely to each other again, while at the same time, coercive policies in the South China Sea continues, how will this, how will you manage this? Because we are also worried if you guys get too cozy, we also get trampled.
Well, it's clear that, and I've said this a number of times, that what we're looking for and what we have, quite frankly, in our relationship with China is a relationship based upon competition. And we're not looking for a contentious relationship. But I really, and to the point that you're making, we really have to be clear about our expectations and the issues that we see that are very, very troubling. And if we have an open dialogue, we can address those issues in those channels. And as you would imagine, Minister Dong and I had the ability to address some of those issues yesterday. I look forward to doing that going forward. We continue to work with countries in the region, like the Philippines and others, so many others, to address their concerns and to ensure that their rights are protected and they have access to their economic zones and that sort of thing. So this is a piece of work that's going to continue on, but we want a relationship that's based upon competition and not a contentious relationship. You've also heard me say a number of times that, war or a fight with China is neither imminent, in my view, or unavoidable. So leaders of great power nations need to continue to work together to ensure that we're doing things to reduce the opportunities for miscalculation and misunderstandings. And every conversation is not going to be a happy conversation, but it is important that we continue to talk to each other. And it is important that we continue to support our allies and partners on their interests as well. And with that, I'll stop.
Secretary Austin, thank you so much. What a marvelous way to kick off today's deliberations. Just to reassure you, there were 20 more who were seeking the floor. So apologies to those who we weren't able to get to, but there are obviously more opportunities. So I'd like to invite you to join me in thanking Secretary Austin for the wonderful way in which he engaged with all the questions and helped us kick off the 21st ISS Shangri-La Dialogue. We now have a very quick staging break, and then we'll go straight into the next plenary session. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We're about to start the second plenary session of this year's Shangri-La Dialogue, so I would invite you to take your seats and prepare to put your badges in the microphones and press the button in the event you want to join the queue of those who wish to ask a question after our three distinguished panelists have spoken. Remember, as my successor, Dr. Bastian Gigerich, said in the previous session, it's only 2 steps. Take your badge, put it in the microphone, press the button, it'll turn green. That does not mean the microphone is on. It only means you've joined the queue. And then when I call your name, your microphone will automatically turn on. I do have the unilateral power additionally to turn it off should you turn your question into a speech. But we would like to get a dozen questions or so following the 3 speeches that we have here this morning. And I'm delighted briefly to introduce them in the order that they will appear at that podium to give their remarks. We're delighted the second year in a row to have Nobel Peace Prize winner Dr. José Ramos Horta, president of Timor-Leste, who gave an inspiring talk last year, and he is now perhaps 1 year closer to having his country join the Association of Southeastern Nations, otherwise known by its famous acronym ASEAN. It's a delight also to have on the stage Sébastien Lecornu, Minister of the Armed Forces of France. He attended his first Shangri-La Dialogue only weeks after becoming Defense Minister, and on a weekend that more or less corresponded to his own birthday. That was splendid to have him here for, as it turned out, the whole weekend. We missed him last year because he was home dealing with what the French call la loi de programmation militaire, in other words, the French defense budget, and every defense minister who is here in this hall knows you do not want to be too far away from your Minister of Finance when your defense budget is being discussed in the Parliament. And honored and delighted too to see with us here the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, Shin Won-sik. We met in his office a couple of months ago in Seoul and had a very detailed 45-minute meeting on the threats in the region as perceived by the Republic of Korea. So I look forward very much to his remarks. And now that the room is settled and nearly everybody is in their seat, could I invite President José Ramos Horta to take the podium and give us his remarks, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
Good morning, Excellencies, warmest greetings to all. My profuse appreciation to Singapore authorities for the warm welcome, to IISS Secretariat for the flawless arrangements. In the midst of the heartbreaking stories of human suffering caused by the insanity of the wars in Myanmar, Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, and as the darker clouds are forming above us, I should share with you some good news of my country. In Timor-Leste, we are at peace, living in total tranquility with ourselves, with our neighbors, Indonesia and Australia, with whom we have active defense and security partnership. ASEAN Leaders Summit in November 2022 in Phnom Penh unanimously endorsed Timor-Leste's stated desire to join the organization. We are making impressive progress in implementing the roadmap approved by ASEAN leaders in the Labuan Bajo Summit in May 2023. As tropical islanders, we are naturally slow, relaxed, good at improvising, but ASEAN membership is already transforming us. We see more discipline, more planning, and a better execution. We are working around the clock towards 2025 formal admission as ASEAN's 11th member. We profusely thank ASEAN Secretariat for their constant guidance. Indonesia and Singapore are providing comprehensive packages of capacity upgrading of our civil servants, diplomats, young leaders. We are grateful to all who have offered support to improve our human resources. In 2023, we were rated 10th globally in media freedom, a top-performing democracy in Asia. But frankly, I would have preferred to be ranked best-performing economy and corruption-free. We are at peace. We do not have a political, ethnic, or religious-based violence. We do not have organized crime. But here I probably would admit that the absence of organized crime has more to do with the fact that we are generally disorganized, and our criminals are also not very organized. Because you have to be really organized to be a criminal. We do not have a serious human trafficking cases where minor drug trafficking, negligible cannabis consumption. We are 99.6% Catholics with small Protestant and Muslim minorities living in perfect harmony. This is Timor-Leste. Visit us. There is a weekly flight Singapore-Dili, daily flights Bali-Dili, Darwin-Dili. His Majesty Sultan of Brunei Darussalam recently visited us, and he thoroughly loved the experience. Foreign Minister Dr. Vivian visited us a few months ago. He liked it so much, ended up staying 4 days. His Holiness Papa Francisco is visiting us in September. His Majesty King Felipe of Spain promised me that he will visit in near future. We are planning for President Marcos Jr.'s visit. At independence in 2002, we had the wisdom and courage to pursue national healing and reconciliation. This is a sine qua non condition for peace and stability. But we also owe much to our neighbors, Australia, Indonesia, friends in Asia, Africa, Europe, Latin America, for the peace and progress of the last 22 years. Excellencies, Timor-Leste, we do not face or fear conventional security threats. We are friends of all, we have and enemies of no one. But we do face plunder of our living maritime resources. Illegal fishing in the Timor Sea is rampant, and it costs us annually an estimated $200 million in lost revenues. In regards to maritime security, it does not require a PhD dissertation to figure out that small insular countries cannot afford costly strategies and equipment to protect their resources in our vast EEZ. Maritime security requires supporting air surveillance, intercept capabilities. We advocate transparent maritime security arrangements with countries sharing the Timor Sea with us. Excellencies, I haven't done a thorough reading of all the ongoing hot wars, low-intensity conflicts, latent threats, and high risk of war in our region and in the world at large. But I am very informed on the endless wars in Myanmar, Gaza, Ukraine, Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, Sudan, to name some of the ongoing catastrophes. Being attentive to humanity's achievements and the tragic failures. In addition to man-made catastrophes all throughout the world, we can all feel the effects of decades of human desecration of Mother Earth. However we may wish to define the conflict situation in the Asia region, the reality is that they all carry human cost, loss of lives, properties, and lives and property, destabilize communities, cause high level of displacement of people, exacerbate states' fragility, impede economic recovery, weaken national authorities, undermine law and order, sow chaos, cause fragmentation of countries that otherwise are rich tapestry of ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and religious diversity. We know about the unresolved land and maritime border disputes, the high tensions and flare-ups between heavily armed forces, and the risks of conflict escalation. The combined Asian standing armies is almost half the combined force of Africa, Latin America, and Western allies. We can indulge in reading about the vast array of weapons at the disposal of Asian powers. It is mind-boggling. It should help us all not catastrophes, past wars in Asia, and the catastrophic consequences of human lives lost and destruction of infrastructure. The wars, the past wars in Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, the Khmer Rouge killing fields, the never-ending wars in Afghanistan, Myanmar, Yemen, etc., should remind all about the cause of wars. In our region, let's imagine scenarios of miscalculation in the Korean Peninsula or in South China Sea. Let's imagine a nervous pilot flying over and through contested South China Sea, firing missiles at a perceived hostile aircraft. Hopefully, there is a system of communication between military and political leaders that may be promptly activated to clarify and de-escalate the crisis. Consultations on the code of conduct in the South China Sea should be intensified. Active dialogue and bilateral negotiations between claimant states on South China Sea must be intensified, always in good faith and avoiding fait accompli so as to maintain trust. Ideally, in a romantic world, the South China Sea should be a zone of peace and fraternity, regionally managed and free of permanent military installations. I wonder if, in the euphoric days of the dismantling of the Berlin Wall and the Warsaw Pact, NATO planners, dealing with extreme and understandable pressures from the newly liberated Soviet captive states, demanding to join the EU and NATO, did ask themselves how far, how deep NATO can encroach into Russia's legitimate security arc. I wonder if, when considering a response to NATO's audacious eastward movement, was President Putin thoroughly briefed about the state of his armed forces, the state of Ukraine's armed forces, equipment, manpower, leadership, and the potential catastrophe unleashed by an invasion of Ukraine? Obviously, we know that considerations of the UN Charter international law are mere details. They never really enter into the reflection and debate within military political circles when considered to invade or launch some military operation. Often we overestimate our armed forces, preparedness, our sustained capabilities, underestimate the other side. This has been a historical mistake. Napoleon, Hitler regretted their decision to invade Russia. Leaders of the defunct USSR surely regretted their temerity in invading Afghanistan in 1979. I'm sure US and NATO allies regret not to have retained the Afghanistan lessons of history when they went into Afghanistan 20 years ago. We all know about how countries often react to the suspicion when a neighbor requires new advanced military equipment or sign on defense agreements with a particular neighbor. Dialogue, consultation, transparency are part of conflict prevention syllabus. In view of the above, can we prevent conflict, de-escalate tensions, prevent wars? There are no magic or easy prescriptions, and there are no lacking of national, regional, and multilateral mechanisms. Unfortunately, there are too many examples of how even the world's best mediators fail to bring all parties to dialogue and end the war because those involved did not listen, each side overestimating their own strength. Often politicians do not listen to their generals. The Gaza catastrophe could have been avoided if the Palestinian leadership were united, principled but pragmatic, moderate, conciliatory, focusing on turning Gaza and West Bank into models of peace and reconciliation, good governance, freedom, prosperity, and respecting Israel's right to live in security. However, Israel also chose to undermine the Palestinian Authority, chose to support radical Islamist Hamas as a way to undermine the two-state solution. And Hamas, supported by Iran, waged a vicious campaign against the Palestinian Authority, expelling it from Gaza, and used Gaza as a springboard to continue to harass Israel. There has to be a way forward. Israel has the right to live in peace and security within the pre-1967 borders. A sovereign Palestinian state is built on the Saudi Arabia peace plan. Iran desists from destabilizing Arab neighbors. Myanmar is another case of failed conflict prevention, but as the Tatmadaw faced real risk of implosion, there is a unique opportunity for a mediated resolution that would prevent the conflict from spiraling out of control. The only valid, still workable proposal on the table is the ASEAN 5-point consensus. We must all seriously reflect on the international community's abysmal failure in preventing the current conflicts, and we must rethink conflict prevention and mediation mechanisms, both regional and the global level, so we can do better in the future. For the ongoing wars, those involved must pause and ask themselves, when will we stop all this death and destruction? Are we going to continue this madness, the further destruction of our cities and the death of our people? Or all sides should agree to a humanitarian pause of at least 6 months to care for the dead, wounded, orphans, reunite families, restart school, reactivate essential services and the economy and international trade. During this period, let mediate to facilitate, to go between, explore ideas for a comprehensive. I apologize that I have past the 10-minute prescribed to me, almost exactly now. Thank you, and I apologize that I don't think I have contributed much to guide you out of the dark tunnel into a beautiful, shining day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, there'll be a variety of questions asked about that, and I want to certainly ensure that people pick up your call for the so-called intensification of the Code of Conduct discussions. It has been well over a decade since those began, and I hope there will be a good idea on exactly how you intensify it and whether the code as presently drafted can actually serve the purposes that it was initially intended to do. With that, could I invite Minister of the Armed Forces of France, Sébastien Lecornu, to take the floor. Thank you very much, sir. Oui, oui.
Dear friends, it is an honor to be in front of you today in Singapore. I would like to commend the Singapore authorities and thank them for the way they've welcomed us. And also a warm thank you for the organizers of this indispensable meeting. And thank you very much to John as well, who is enough of a friend to facilitate this roundtable. Last year, indeed, I had to skip this meeting to get 413 billion euro for the French defense, and I had missed the meeting. So I hope you will accept my apologies. Improving crisis management with increasing competition. I know for a fact that when speaking, most speakers forget about the main topic and speak about something different. But if you'll allow me, I will try and stop for a few minutes on the topic you've picked for today. It is not a current one, and I think it feeds lots of worries. Maybe, John, you could have been even more careful by suggesting that in this very competitive context, we're able not to hinder what already exists when it comes to crisis management. And if I were to go for a bit of banter, having the French Minister of the Armed Forces a few days before the Olympic Games in Paris is a challenge in and of itself, because we have something that is getting organized in a difficult international context, but with security challenges that still exist. So when I was giving some thought as to what I wanted to say today, the first challenge of the times we are experiencing is selfishness. Selfishness is an easy trait to get for human beings. We are experiencing tough time, conflicts are more numerous, and the mechanism we already have were designed when the world was more or less at peace. We had more time, we had more money to invest to be better trained and better prepared. And when the situation is getting tougher, there is a reflex in people that is becoming more national and forgetting about the mechanisms. And I'm having a look at Josep Borrell, who's here, and my counterpart from the Netherlands. It's been an actual challenge from COVID to the war in Ukraine to protect unity amongst European countries. But beyond this, making sure that the giving some results and make sure that we do not get to close our minds. We have managed to do so, but it has been a challenge. And in the Indo-Pacific, this is also a challenge when it comes to humanitarian disasters. Let me remind you of what happened in Vanuatu, in the Tonga. Let's not forget our friends from Papua New Guinea, who are facing a terrible, terrible disaster. And even though competition and wars are coming back, everything that is connected to rising sea levels and climate change in general and civil security that is being challenged, these are challenges that we have in front of us. And no matter our political parties, no matter our own conviction, our populations want us to bring out results, which is why President Macron decided to send a jet, an A400M, from our overseas territory to get some humanitarian goods to Papua New Guinea. We have to make sure that we make these mechanisms more sustainable for the future. And you'll see in the future that very punctual decisions we made are going to become more sustainable and are going to become mechanisms. The second risk is selfishness, but selfishness used as a strategy. A strategy that is out in the open, and it relies on this principle. Considering there is increasing competition, let's not rely on partnerships anymore. And one country, because of its culture, will make sure never to give this up, and it is France on a very precise topic. It is the fight against terrorism, and I want to commend my predecessor, Florence Parly, who is in the room. The 2015 terrorist attack, the fight against terrorism in the Levant, in the Sahel, in Afghanistan. It is clear we have terrorist groups that are reorganizing themselves in a more international jihadist structure. And from 9/11 to today, there's something we have made a lot of headways on. It is the interconnections between intelligence services. And no matter interferences, no matter the differences that we can witness at the UN General Assembly when it comes to the economy or any other topic, there is one topic that shows an actual partnership of all countries. It is the fight against terrorism. But now one needs to ask themselves whether these partnerships for terrorism are still strong as they used to be. As France as a country has been heavily criticized because it was in touch with Moscow and with Russian authorities because of the terrorist attacks that were perpetrated at the Crocus City Hall. But the French intelligence services did have elements that would be elements of proof to get the truth about the attacks. And we have decided, despite the strong differences, to say the least, that we have with Vladimir Putin, to give to the Russian Federation the information we had about the terrorist attack. And this is one very practical example for this roundtable of a partnership that we can have with increasing competition, terrorism, the fight against organized crime. President, Excellency, I was listening to you, illegal fishing, that is an actual plight in the Northern Pacific, but also in the South Pacific. We will not be able to fight against illegal fishing and what is going on at sea if we do not work together at a very high level. Same goes for drug trafficking, arms trafficking, human trafficking. All that we do to fight against this needs to be protected. And let's not be selfish with technological jumps. Technology is being developed as we speak. And with the topic that was picked for today, artificial intelligence in the future will mean solutions. And for decision makers, but also for NGOs and firms, large companies, solutions and tools to be able to keep moving forward. So states, because of what is going on at the moment, should not hinder partnerships and show a lack of generosity. So I am speaking for France right now, but I'm pretty sure that my European counterparts in the room do agree. Our roadmap has not changed. Fighting against selfishness was my first point, but also fighting against a form of selfishness that would be getting back to the past, and that would be an actual disaster. Third risk, to keep working on the proposals, on the proposal that was given to us. Dear John, we do not have an obligation to get used to this increasing competition. Of course, I'm a French minister and very fond of General de Gaulle at that, who is speaking. But the alignment, the bloc theory, and a world that works that way is not unavoidable. We can avoid this situation. And I think that the Shangri-La dialogue is participating in this, but also with the conversations, the more private ones that are happening at all the floors in this hotel. But the Cold War is over, and now this idea of blocks that is moving towards the North Pacific. We are a country of the Pacific with our overseas territories. We are a member of the Security Council of the UN. We know for a fact that a bloc opposing themselves is not a solution. So it is our responsibility to find avenues and new pathways to fight against this logic. And I know that I have gone over time, but let's not try and replace what international organizations do, what ASEAN is doing, is moving the right way, but diplomacy is not enough. We need to have very practical ways to make sure we keep these multilateral organizations alive, which is why our French Navy is involved with a lot of ships, a lot of people, a lot of technical steps. Same goes for humanitarian mechanisms, making sure that humanitarian law is abided by. In the Red Sea, we were mentioning maritime security from a very theoretical standpoint. We were maybe thinking about one given sea and realized that it happens in the Red Sea. And now Europe is looking at the Indo-Pacific region with war navies that are now have to act in self-defense to defend trade ships. If we want a better world, we need to make sure that international law is implemented. This also works for UNIFIL at the Lebanese border, where you have French forces working under a UN mandate where we are trying to de-escalate the situation. So if I were to sum up what I've just said, let's not accept any double standards. And this will be my conclusion. As for crisis management with increasingly serious crisis, the solution is in international law, and the fact that double standards are not to be accepted is absolutely key. You had a very good roundtable about nuclear proliferation. Our South Korean colleague will be taking the floor in a few minutes, and I think that nuclear powers have a special responsibility in the fight against proliferation. I'm saying so as a nuclear country. Our American and British friends know so. Our Russian and Chinese friends know so as well. They know that proliferation in North Korea, is also a matter of concern. No double standards. In international law, I could have spoken about Gaza and a number of topics, but this is my contribution for the topic you have chosen for today.
So thank you very much for addressing at speed such a wide array of issues. There's so many things we could pick out from your remarks, but I thought it was interesting you essentially ended with a reflection on the lack of active arms control arrangements, whether in the North Atlantic Theater, the Greater Middle East Theater, or indeed the Indo-Pacific. That so-called Cold War habit of regular arms control has entirely dissipated from our lexicon and our activity, and reviving an arms control activity relevant to this region and indeed others, I think, will be one of the tasks for effective crisis management. With that, could I invite the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea? Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning. This is the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea. First of all, I'd like to extend my congratulations to the 21st anniversary of the Shangri-La Dialogue. It is my great pleasure to deliver my speech here at the internationally recognized Shangri-La Dialogue, the largest security conference in Asia. Allow me to offer my special congratulations and thanks to Executive Chairman Dr. John Chipman, Chief Executive Bastian Gigrich, and the staffs of the IISS, as well as to Senior Minister, His Excellency Teo Chi-hyun, Minister of Defense, His Excellency Ng Eng-hen, and government officials of the Republic of Singapore. Distinguished guests, recently the international community is facing complex security crises. The sense of international security crisis is escalating as the war in Ukraine and the Israel-Hamas armed conflict become protracted. In addition, the unconventional security threats such as infectious disease, cyber terrorism, and climate change are deepening the uncertainties. The Indo-Pacific region is no exception to these situations. The intensification of strategic competition and escalation of regional security concerns are strengthening the convergence within blocs and exacerbating conflict composition. Furthermore, conflicts and disputes stemming from historical and geopolitical factors are weakening the will and motivations of the countries in the region to cooperate with each other. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the situation on the Korean Peninsula is even graver. Despite the strong opposition from the international community, North Korea is continuing to advance its nuclear and missile capabilities. They are developing various missiles that can be used as nuclear delivery measures and have already had 12 missile launches this year alone. On top of that, they launched a rocket using ballistic missile technology that violates UN Security Council resolution, claiming that it was a reconnaissance satellite. North Korea's reckless development of nuclear and missile program, which can strike all the countries represented here, poses an existential threat to us. And as such, it is a direct challenge against the peace in the Indo-Pacific region and the world. Meanwhile, North Korea's development of nuclear and missile program is aggravating the human rights situation in North Korea. The Kim Jong-un regime, obsessed with the development of its nuclear and missile program, is aggravating the lives of its people who have long suffered from food shortage and economic crisis. The human rights crisis and nuclear and missile issues in North Korea all arise from the same root of continued dictatorship. And they are in an inseparable relationship like two sides of a coin. Distinguished guests, today, we see more evidence that the weapons used by Russia to attack Ukraine were illegally imported from North Korea. As a permanent member of the UN Security Council, Russia should serve as a guardian of global peace. Yet, they are receiving weapons from a regime that violates numerous UNSC resolutions. It is an unimaginable extreme self-contradiction and betrayal against the international community. Furthermore, North Korea is expected to accelerate the reinforcement of its military power with the money and technology it received in return for such arms trade. This reckless behavior not only degrades the authority of international rules and norms, but also exacerbates conflict and puts the entire region in danger. The arms trade between Russia and North Korea is a clear violation of UN Security Council resolution and must stop immediately, as it severely threatens the peace on the Korean Peninsula and in the international community. Military cooperation between Russia and North Korea, brought by the war in Ukraine, is not only escalating tensions on the Korean Peninsula by advancing the nuclear and missile capabilities of North Korea, but also affecting the battlefield in Europe. This means that the crisis on Korean Peninsula is no longer a problem limited to the Korean Peninsula, but rather a problem for all of us. The complete denuclearization of North Korea, in accordance with the international non-proliferation regime, is an essential measure to protect the stability not only in the Korean Peninsula, but also of the entire world. All countries should condemn North Korea's illegal actions in one voice and faithfully implement UN Security Council resolutions agreed upon by the international community. A few days ago, North Korea dispersed over 260 waste balloons into our territory under the pretext of responding to Republic of Korea's civilian organizations' humanitarian aid balloons to the north. It is an unimaginably petty and low-grade behavior for a civilized nation. It constitutes inhumane behavior as well as clear and significant violation of the armistice agreement. I take this opportunity to strongly condemn such an action and urge for its immediate cessation. I request the international community's empathy and proactive support in addressing the North Korean issues. Distinguished guests, looking back, the international community has been on a journey since the end of World War II to prevent war caused by unilateral use of force and to protect peace and freedom. And at the heart of this journey was the establishment of the United Nations. The United Nations played a decisive role in founding a free democracy, the Republic of Korea, and in overcoming North Korean invasion, a crisis that was hanging by a thread. The first meaningful task the United Nations carried out for world peace was the approval of the Republic of Korea as a legitimate government and the establishment of the United Nations forces to defend its freedom. Thanks to such efforts from UN and the international community, the Republic of Korea became the one that was most successful among the countries that won independence after World War II in developing the economy and democracy. In this sense, the Republic of Korea today is an exemplary and living proof of cooperation and solidarity, which were the purpose of establishment of the United Nations. Distinguished guests, in December 2022, the ROC government announced a free, open, and prosperous Indo-Pacific strategy and expressed its will to actively promote rule-based international order. The rules-based international order must be protected from attempts to unilaterally change the status quo by force. It is a harmonious order which represents and respects each other's rights and pursues mutual interests. This order is the spirit that has been sought by UN since the establishment post-World War II, the one that has provided the basis of prosperity that the mankind never experienced before. Unfortunately, the rules-based international order is under threat and is falling apart in many parts of the world. The principle of conflict resolution in accordance with international law and through peaceful mechanisms is losing its authority in the face of threat and the use of force. The Republic of Korea will endeavor to protect the spirit of UN and the rules-based international order founded on that ground. We will cooperate with the international community to peacefully resolve North Korea's nuclear issues. Moreover, we will contribute to establishing Indo-Pacific region and furthermore, the creation of a global community in which many countries can develop together through rule-based cooperation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. And we all noticed your remarks about the way in which the DPRK was assisting Russia in its prosecution of war in Europe. When we come back to the question and answer period, you might wish to reflect on this particular question, which is that we have heard many reports that the DPRK is actually now operating on Russian territory, and it is actually launching some of its own artillery from Russian territory. So if you were able to confirm whether that is a fact, that will be very interesting. We have now about 12 people who've sought the floor. I'm going to take 6 or 7 in a group and then come back to the panel. First person to have caught my eye is Benedict Wirasana from Malaysia.
Good morning again, Benedict here from Malaysia. I'm going to come back to my concept of convergence that I brought up in the session earlier. So I think a lot of our panelists brought out about Gaza, and I know that convergence on bringing solutions to Gaza has been highly difficult in the past 8 months. Various views, various perspectives on the issue. So fast forward to today, I think what we can converge on is the need for an immediate ceasefire, and I hope we can converge on that in the first place. Now, my question is, what would a post-war Gaza look like? Can we converge on that? If yes, how can we then practically facilitate all parties to accept and to converge on how a post-war Gaza would look like? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now from South Korea, Chung-Min Lee.
Thank you very much, John. My question is to the South Korean Defense Minister. And excuse me for speaking speaking English to my Korean minister. I have 2 quick questions. According to South Korean law, we cannot export weapons to conflict zones, such as Ukraine. But we are selling weapons to, for example, NATO partners such as Poland. Is it time for South Korea to change the law so that we can help countries like Ukraine that is fighting for its very existence? And my second question, Mr. Minister, is as long as South Korea continues to rely on a U.S. nuclear umbrella, we will not make our own nuclear weapons. But since 2006, North Korea's nuclear weapons have continued to grow. Do you believe that as Defense Minister, that at some point in time, South Korea should seriously consider whether it should have its own nuclear deterrent? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Myanmar, Min Zin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President Hodder. Thank you for bringing the attention of this dialogue to Myanmar issue. My question is about transnational organized crime. Since the military coup in Myanmar 2021, Myanmar suffers from transnational organized crime thriving. Myanmar becomes the largest opium producer, taking over Afghanistan. Myanmar also hosts lots of scam industry, pig butchering. It became tantamount to modern-day slavery. So my question is, the impact of this illicit economy, TOC, transnational organized crime, is beyond the border, all the way to the United States. So is it possible for the international community to mobilize to address this transnational organized crime as one convergence points of international interest, as well as possible entry point to address Myanmar conflict? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Vietnam, Han Nguyen.
Hi. Thank you for your presentation. So I have a question about how can U.S. allies and partners manage a situation in which strain in U.S. defense supply chain might undermine the military readiness of the United States and its allies and partners during crisis? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the U.S., Bonnie Glaser.
Thank you, John. My question is for South Korean Minister Shin. How would you evaluate China's current role on the Korean Peninsula? And what proactive measures would you like to see Beijing take in order to promote denuclearization? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last question in this round, and then I'll give each of the panelists 2.5 minutes to address the questions that they were asked before going back for one more round. Irene Amia.
Thanks, John. I had a question on the rule-based order, international law, which we are seeing increasingly under attack, as also some of the panelists alluded to. My question is, can this be saved, or how does it need to be reformed in order to really be able to guide again conflict prevention and resolution?
Thank you very much. I think we'll go in the reverse order of their original remarks. So in a second, I'll ask Minister National Defense of Korea to start. Please, if you could address a few of the questions to you. Thank you, sir.
예, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, broadly speaking, I believe I received 3 questions. First, Korea has a domestic law that prevents export of weapon system to countries in conflicts. Questions related to revision of this law. In order to revise this law, we need to build the public consensus within the country. So I cannot definitively directly answer this question, but of course it merits serious dialogue in this. Question has to do with the nuclear development efforts, not just depending on the nuclear umbrella of the United States amid the increasing nuclear ambition of the North Korea. To this question, when we develop our nuclear weapon, it means that we do not believe in NPT and non-proliferation treaty. So realistically, we will not go down to that path. Non-proliferation effort of the U.S. and we also place our trust in the non-proliferation regime in the world. The one single answer to resolution of nuclear situation in North Korea is stronger alliance between South Korea and the United States. With that alliance, all the advantage North Korea potentially gaining advantage from the development of nuclear weapon will turn against them, so leading to a paradox of nuclear weapons. And the third question is China's role on denuclearizing the Korean Peninsula. As you know, DPRK, since 2003, China engaged in six-party talks for denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula, but the outcome was not up to our expectation. For the stability and the nuclearization on the Korean Peninsula, China, we wish China would play a more proactive role.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I will answer three of the questions. Will we be able to save international law? It could be a topic for a conference of itself. But for us French citizens, we will be celebrating on the D-Day beaches and celebrate the liberation of our country, but also the whole continent. So let's not forget that international law was developed right after this very particular period of time. So it is interesting. Same goes for the war that has been the main principle in the history of humanity rather than peace. And yes, it is possible to preserve it, but we will have to go for even tougher political fights. And the paradox that we witnessed in 2022 is that one of the countries who participated in founding this international law decided to violate it, which is what is at the heart of all the debates we are having between the North and the South and what is being called double standards. So law is to be transformed, law is to be improved. So is it possible? Yes, but this will call for a tough political fight. Quickly, the organized crime that is transnational, that could get some countries to find convergence. Same goes for what I was saying about terrorism earlier. But what is new is that we need to make sure that behind this organized crime, we have to make sure that there are no states that are acting for them. So most of the organized crime organization in Africa are a way to fund some political systems, some political parties. I have to mention the Wagner Group, for example. On easier topics, as I was saying, for illegal fishing, let's not forget about multilateralism. Gaza, quick convergence, this is something we are all working towards. But actually, France has lost some French citizens during the 7th of October attack by Hamas in Israel. And France was amongst the first countries to state that self-defense for Israel was absolutely essential. But France was also the first country who invested a lot of means and tools to heal and to take care of people who were injured in Gaza, because the law is essential, and President Macron was amongst the first to ask for a fast break and then a ceasefire. We are working very hard with our counterparts, our American friends, because we know for a fact that what is going on in the Middle East can have repercussions for the rest of the planet. We all know this for a fact.
Another question, given that you mentioned AI, artificial intelligence, in your remarks. There are now a number of commercial companies that are developing with AI instruments to predict geopolitical crises. There's one I know who claims that they were only about 36 hours off in predicting Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Can you imagine artificial intelligence being an aid in crisis management and conflict resolution, or could it be an unfortunate agent provocateur of conflict if it isn't properly used? What's your instinctive reaction to that thought?
Les deux.
Well, actually both. Whether you are working in the offensive or the defensive situation, AI for defense is going to be one of the deepest and the most violent breaks in the coming months and years. As much as the use of nuclear energy for military purposes between 1945 and the 1960s. Using AI for armament systems, for combat systems, but also for their protection, managing ministries with thousands and sometimes millions of people, and trying to find some efficiency, for example. So on lots of topics, a lot of aspects, AI is going to be at the heart of...
sur la dissuasion nucléaire, sur les systèmes de défense et de protection, en matière satellitaire, donc avec là aussi tous les enjeux liés à la prolifération qu'on évoquait il y a un instant. Donc, oui, il y aura des systèmes prédictifs, ils existent déjà, permettent de guider effectivement des travaux d'état-major, mais tout ça ne sont que des outils au service des hommes. Et donc derrière, une fois de plus, il faudra avoir un cadrage politique bien clair. En tout cas, ces ruptures technologiques, elles seront au cœur des débats des futurs Shangri-La, puisqu'elles vont nourrir de toutes les évidences à la fois des agendas de solutions, mais aussi des agendas de crise qui seront spécifiques et qui renforceront l'hybridité avec des rapports aux frontières qui seront aussi complètement revisités.
Thank you so much. President, your response to the couple questions.
Well, I refer to Myanmar, a situation that I know well for about 30 years following it. Know many people from Myanmar, been there many, many times, before the military regime, in the democracy spring with Suu Kyi, and since I've been following. And we all know it is one of the most complex state in Southeast Asia, with its multitude of ethnic groups, ethnic nationalities that for many, many years fought their own battles within their ethnic-based territories and so on. And we know from experience, Afghanistan and many others, when there is conflict, there is instability, there is lack of law and order breakdown, many people participate in illicit activities, drugs. In Myanmar, it's not only drugs, illegal logging, illegal export of jade, etc., etc. This is the first time in the history of the Myanmar that the military are not winning and will not win this conflict. They are losing. And the problem is whether NLD, the African armies, NUG, they will be capable of taking over and be an alternative. That's a question mark. Therefore, I have urged, I have spoken with the Secretary General of the UN, I have spoken with His Holiness the Pope in Rome, with President Macron in Paris, with David Cameron, in Jakarta. Efforts have to be intensified to mediate this conflict. Otherwise, it gets out of control, a spiral out of control. And then it will be far more difficult to bring back law and order than a solution. So, because the military is very, very weak on the point of implosion, there is an incentive for them to talk. So someone has to bring all the parties together, no preconditions, start talking and work towards a resolution of the conflict. The best still document on the table is the ASEAN 5-point consensus. So that's my, we are not going to solve the drug problem, we are not going to solve the illicit without a reorganized Myanmar based on law and order, democracy, and so on.
Thank you very much. And going back to the floor for another round, could I please ask from Pakistan, Ahsan Guez.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, sir. I'll just refer to the subject enhancing crisis management amid rising competition. And I would refer to the rising competition in Asia Pacific. So without going into much of the details, we see that a state or a certain set of states are being patronized or strategically enabled. Now, while that is good with respect to the strategic priorities and objectives of cooperation and for the common good for a particular region or for Asia Pacific, but it could have unintended second, third order effects when it comes to the balance of power in other regions, South Asia per se. My question is to the panel that how this rising competition in Asia Pacific could prevent instability in South Asia, and what are the ways of looking at the crisis management should it happen in South Asia? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Vietnam, Bích Tran.
Thank you, Sir Chairman. And my question is for Dr. Ramos Hortas. So I visited Timor-Leste 3 months ago, and it was indeed a beautiful country. So my question is about your country's membership to ASEAN. So ASEAN has around 1,500 meetings per year, and Timor-Leste has a small population and, of course, small numbers of government officials. So how do you plan to be an active member of ASEAN while balancing with that challenge? Thanks.
Thank you very much. And from the UK, Nigel Gould-Davies.
Thank you. A question for Minister Shin. You drew attention to how closely Russia and North Korea are now cooperating. The value of that cooperation for Russia is clear to us in Europe. Could you offer a view about how much North Korea is benefiting from this, what it's getting from Russia, and what the consequences for North Koreans' capabilities will be? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Indonesia, Andreas Aditya Salim.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Excellencies, allow me to draw your attention to the biggest crisis that we are facing at the moment, which is climate change. According to the IPCC, its special report on ocean, there are 5 big phenomena, which is density stratification, deoxygenation, ocean acidification, weakening of ocean current and circulation, also the marine heat wave, that will bring us to the annihilation of world marine resources, and that's where the crisis will happen. And I would like to hear your views on when the situation where we have a depleting marine resources by the climate change, by the overfishing, while the world population is keep increasing, what kind of governance structure, system, cooperations to handle this crisis? Thank you.
Thank you. And from Japan, the Governor of JBIC, Tadashi Maeda.
Thank you, John. My question is going to the Korean Defense Minister. Earlier this week, President Yoon Suk-yeol hosted the Trilateral Summit meeting among the 3 countries, Korea, Japan, and China. And I really highly appreciate this, but on Korean Peninsula, there are no words have been included in joint statement on denuclearization of North Korea. And a couple of weeks before this event, Russian President Vladimir Putin paid a visit to China, and there's some warmly received by President Xi Jinping. How do you evaluate those kind of series of actions, the impact on the Russia-North Korea military cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And from Laos, Ud Stiparisith.
Thank you for giving the floor to me. I'll ask the question from my simple mind here. Right now, apart from the regional effect, collective effort in the crisis prevention, crisis management and the prevention through the diplomatic type ASEAN negotiation with China on the Code of Conduct in South China Sea is one of the examples. Recently, our region has witnessed there have been a number of unilateral security arrangements established, and we it seems like the number of the establishments seem to grow in our region. So the question is, do you consider such security arrangement establishment as the good option for the crisis management and the prevention? Thank you.
Thank you. And from Cambodia, Mangut Ki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is addressed directly to President of Timor-Leste. While ASEAN has offered a room or opportunity to grow, it also has its own trouble, ranging from the conflict in Myanmar to the deteriorating of ASEAN centrality and the long-standing conflict in the South China Sea dispute. With all this in mind, do you still think that joining ASEAN still provide the expected upside potential or incentive for the Timor-Leste? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the UK, Robert Ward.
Thank you, John. One of the significant geopolitical, a question for Minister Shin. One of the significant geopolitical shifts since Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been the warming of relations between South Korea and Japan. Where do you think South Korea and Japan can work most effectively together to expand security cooperation in East Asia? And is there a role for ROK-Japan security cooperation in the broader Indo-Pacific and beyond? Thank you.
Thank you. And from India, Darshana Bose. Darshana?
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Dr. Chipman. This question is to Defense Minister from France. Could you share your thoughts on what is the likely way forward on New Caledonia? You're in the region, and given there seems to be a big difference in perception between Paris and pro-independence leaders, and Pacific Island Forum seems to have offered support towards New Caledonia. Wanted to hear your thoughts on what do you think is going to be likely next steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From Australia, Stephen Forshaw.
Thank you, Sir John, and can I start just congratulating you on your KCMG since we last came together at this forum. Could I ask the panel, referring to Minister Lecornu's remarks offering French aid to Papua New Guinea after the tragic landslide, for which we're very grateful, I wanted to pick up on the point about the importance of civil defence and disaster assistance for defence forces. The role of defence forces is constantly evolving, much is expected of our forces, but particularly with climate change and particularly with this region, perhaps a greater emphasis in future is going to be needed to be paid on humanitarian assistance and civil defence. And I'd like to hear from the panel your expectations and how the role of military forces is evolving to be able to respond to those significant threats, given the capabilities required are often going to be only able to be brought to the field by defence forces and military agencies.
Thank you very much. And from the Financial Times, Dimitri Sevastopoulou. Dimitri.
Thank you, John. Robert actually stole part of my question, which was for Minister Shin. So I'd just like to add to his question and say, Japan has signed reciprocal access agreements to allow joint training and exercises with the UK, with Australia, and it's currently negotiating one with Manila. What are the prospects for Japan and South Korea to start thinking about an RAA?
Anshu Roy.
Thank you. My question is pretty simple. In these last 6 months, North Korea has launched nearly a dozen missiles of various kinds. So if I were to say that AI was able to predict every single one of them, and if you had that knowledge 2 weeks in advance, would that make a difference?
Thank you very much. Antoine Levesque.
Thank you, John. I want to ask the panel, and particularly the defense ministers, if intelligence sharing can enhance crisis management. I asked a question about this to the Indo-PACOM commander yesterday, and a discussion followed. So I want to ask, particularly if real-time intelligence sharing can enhance or undermine crisis management. Thank you.
And from Japan, Akito Horiyuki.
Thank you very much. My question is also to Defense Minister Shin.
And to follow-up question about the possible nuclear option by South Korea. So I understand that the South Korean government respect and persist with the NPT regime. But according to a recent poll, more than 70% of Korean public believe that nuclear option would be necessary. So my question is, how do you envision the scenario under which ROK will be forced to pursue its own nuclear option? And what would be the implication of a possible second term of Trump administration in the US?
Good. And some tactical warning to the panel. We've got 2 more questions to go through. Adi Piamachi from Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for President Ramos Horta. So how do you position Timor-Leste in the international order? Thank you.
And then I'm able to get 2 more questions and close with that. From Myanmar, Nhin Sant Aung. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for giving me the floor. My question is about the use of AI by the non-state actor who can also be the proxy strategy implied or imposed by the assertive or aggressive states. So my question directly to the French minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, from the Philippines, Justin Pakistan.
Thank you, Sir John. This is a question for Minister Shin of Korea, and a practical one. How do we conduct crisis management with countries that don't instinctively resort to mechanisms such as these or are playing hardball? North Korea has had a habit of quickly dismantling diplomatic channels whenever tensions are high. In the Philippine case, we could say the same for China, which does not answer Coast Guard to Coast Guard hotlines in recent months. What conditions make obstinate countries more amenable to dialogue? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've got 12 minutes left. We have to divide the time in perfect proportions. So Mr. Shin gets 4 minutes, and Sébastien Lecornu and the President get 3 each, given the amount of questions Mr. Shin received. So, Minister of Korea, please.
네, 제가 답변이 6가지 정도 질문이 와서 제가 간단하게 말씀드리겠습니다. 첫 번째가 러시아 북한의 협력에 대해서 질문을 하셨는데요. 잘 아시는 바와 같이 양국은 한 10,000개 정도의 컨테이너를 주고받았습니다. 북한은 러시아에 포탄과 미사일 등을 수출을 했고, 그 반대급부로 러시아로부터 식량, 유류, 그리고 군사기술 같은 것들을 받은 것으로 저희들이 추정하고 있습니다. 특히 인공위성, 특히 그 군사 정찰 위성에 관련된 기술을 군사기술 중에서 집중적으로 받은 것으로 판단하고, 만일 이러한 것들이 계속 이루어진다면 북한군의 어떤 특히 재래식 전력에 질적인 정강을 가할 수 있는 위험이 있다. 그래서 한미가 이에 대한 가능성을 예의주시하고 대비책을 세우고 있다고 말씀드립니다. 두 번째 질문이 얼마 전에 있었던 한일중 회담에 대해서 말씀하셨습니다. 대단히 긍정적으로 생각을 하고 오랜만에 만났다는 것 자체에 의미가 있다고 생각합니다. 단 말씀하신 북한 비핵화에 대해서 삼국이 공동성명에 언급하지 못한 것은 아쉬운 부분이라고 생각합니다. 중국의 좀 전향적인 자세를 이 기회를 빌어서 기대합니다. 그 다음에 중국, 러시아, 북한의 어떤 협력 구도에 대해서는 대단히 좀 우려를 하고 있습니다. 규칙 기반한 세계 질서 또는 힘에 의한 현상 변경을 반대하는 이 국제적인 어떤 트렌드에 지금 러시아는 이걸 어기고 있고, 차칫 이러한 그 삼국의 어떤 긴밀한 것이 세계 평화를 위협하지 않는가 하는 것 의문을 세계 각국에서 가지고 있습니다. 그렇지 않게 되기를 간절히 바랍니다. 세 번째, 한국과 일본의 관계에 대해서 말씀하셨습니다. 한국과 일본의 협력은 상호 동일한 안보 이익과 안보 이익이 그 어느 국가보다 긴밀합니다. 그리고 경제적 상호 의존성, 경제적 윈윈 구조도 있기 때문에 한국과 일본의 어떤 협력은 선택이 아닌 필수다, 이렇게 한국은 생각하고 있습니다. 그리고 한국과 일본의 어떤 협력이 인태지역을 넘어서 세계로 나갈 수 있느냐, 저는 당연히 예스라고 합니다. 왜냐하면 일본과는 가치 공유국이고, 아까 말씀드린 대로 안보와 경제의 이익을 공유하고 있기 때문에 인텔을 넘어서 세계로 뻗어나가는 것에 대해서는 한국 정부도 긍정적으로 평가하고 있다, 생각하고 있다 말씀드리겠습니다. 네 번째가 아까 RNA 협정이라고 말씀하셨나요? 제가 자세히 못 들었는데 하여튼 뭐 아직 당장 검토되는 건 없고 중장기적으로 검토해 볼 만한 가치는 있다고 생각합니다. 다섯 번째가 한국의 잠재적 핵 옵션에 대해서 말씀하셨는데 시나리오에 말씀하셨습니다. 그 시나리오는 한미동맹이 없어지고 한국이 전 세계로 동떨어질 때 아마 검토할 수 있겠죠. 그런데 그러한 상황은 일어나지 않을 것이니까 그 시나리오는 현실적으로 크게 일어나지 않을 것 같다고 말씀을 드리고요. 미 트럼프 대통령이 많이 재선된다면 어떻게 될 것인가? 친구, 동맹국의 정치 상황을 전제로 해서 동맹국의 국방부 장관이 이에 언급하는 것 자체가 매우 부적절하다고 생각하고 아쉽지만 그에 대한 답변은 하지 않도록 하겠습니다. 마지막으로 위기관리면에서 좀 고집스럽고 하는 이러한 것들을 고집스럽고 국제 규범을 잘 안 지키는 이런 나라들을 대화에 어떻게 하면 끌어들일 수 있겠느냐라는 말씀하셨는데 굉장히 어려운 질문을 하셨습니다. 거의 신의 영역의 질문인데 제가 간단히 말씀드리면 인내를 가지고 그리고 그 당사국가한테 국제 질서를 지키는 것이 지키지 않는 것보다 훨씬 더 이익이 많다는 것을 인식시켜주면 그들의 전략적 태도가 바뀌리라고 생각합니다. 인내가 필요합니다. 감사합니다.
Merci beaucoup, John. Trois questions rapidement. La première, intelligence artificielle appliquée à des acteurs non étatiques. À vrai dire, d'ailleurs, c'est pas vrai que de l'intelligence artificielle. Le cyber, l'ensemble des technologies proliférantes à certains égards, une prolifération conventionnelle sur des acteurs non étatiques. Jusqu'à présent, on a eu affaire à un terrorisme qui a été organisé, mais armé au fond avec des capacités plutôt faibles. En tout cas, de l'armement individuel, des tueries de masse qui étaient bien organisées, mais enfin, fort heureusement, jamais d'armes sales, jamais d'utilisation d'outils cyber de manière massifiée. Et ça, c'est évidemment un des cas pratiques auxquels il nous faut que nous nous préparions. Et c'est vrai de l'IA, mais une attaque informatique sur un hôpital, c'est une chose. 200 attaques informatiques sur 200 hôpitaux en même temps pour organiser un déni de service sur plusieurs infrastructures sanitaires critiques le même jour, c'est une autre forme de terrorisme. Et ça, c'est une absolue évidence que jusqu'à présent, nous étions dans une maîtrise des technologies, soit étatique, soit dans une relation commerciale avec une entreprise. On le voit bien de plus en plus, des États confieront à des proxys divers et variés des briques de technologie. Et je n'ai pas le temps là, mais enfin, regardez certains, pour pas parler de terrorisme, mais pour parler en revanche de d'autres types de proxys, regardez un certain nombre de milices, leur degré d'organisation même sur des compétences d'industrie de défense avec des capacités de production de missiles complexes, notamment au Moyen-Orient, qui est quelque chose qui était invraisemblable il y a évidemment 20 ans. Donc il est clair que cette technologie, nous ne pouvons plus la considérer comme étant 100% en souveraineté d'un État, mais on doit évidemment aussi comprendre et imaginer qu'elle aura aussi un caractère proliférant, pour reprendre une terminologie que l'on peut reprendre en tout cas d'un autre registre. Changement climatique. La question m'a été posée au final par deux fois, par deux biais, y compris par nos amis australiens. Bon, de toute façon, les effets du réchauffement climatique, ils sont là, ils sont devant nous, mais de toute façon, ils sont déjà à traiter. Donc, au-delà même de tous les effets et de tous les efforts, que l'on peut faire pour diminuer les effets et l'impact à venir, la réalité, c'est que le Pacifique Sud est le continent qui devra gérer des phénomènes climatiques de plus en plus violents dans les décennies qui vont venir. Et on en sait quelque chose nous-mêmes, parce que par définition, nos populations françaises dans le Pacifique sont directement concernées. Alors qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour aller plus loin? C'était au fond d'ailleurs un des gros thèmes du SPDMM, le sommet des ministres de la Défense du Pacifique Sud qu'on a tenu à Nouméa au mois de décembre dernier. Richard Marles d'ailleurs était présent avec d'autres. Bon, déjà on voit bien qu'on a un problème d'interopérabilité. On a des moyens qui fonctionnent mal entre eux. Que deux, on a des problèmes de quantité de moyens. On sait gérer une crise à la fois, difficilement plusieurs crises en même temps. Or, on le voit bien, le principe de ce qui nous arrive en ce moment, c'est de ne pas de manière scolaire avoir des crises qui s'enchaînent, mais malheureusement de devoir gérer plusieurs drames en même temps. Troisième constat, pour le coup, les nouvelles technologies n'apparaissent pas assez vite dans les dotations, notamment de nos amis des États insulaires du Pacifique. Il est évident que les satellites d'observation permettent, en matière de météorologie, mais aussi d'ailleurs en protection et en lutte contre la pêche illégale, doit permettre d'aller plus loin. Les drones, il est clair que les technologies de drones permettent aussi d'avoir une sécurité civile améliorée. Et puis tout simplement, de manière beaucoup plus rustique, je ne le redis pas une deuxième fois pour Guillaume Faury, le patron d'Airbus, mais il est clair que dans ce continent d'eau, les liaisons aériennes et maritimes sont clés, et l'aviation de transport, pour le coup, est absolument centrale dans les stratégies, parce que la gestion de crise doit impliquer de projeter rapidement, évidemment, des éléments de sécurité civile. Tous les accords France, tous les accords que l'on peut avoir entre pays, ils sont formidables, mais enfin derrière, il faut des moyens et évidemment la réactivité. Dernière question, la Nouvelle-Calédonie. C'est un territoire que je connais bien, j'y suis allé une dizaine de fois. Pour tous celles et ceux qui ne connaissent pas, pour faire vite, c'est un territoire qui est devenu français lié à notre passé colonial, mais dont la République française a reconnu de manière complètement extraordinaire un processus de décolonisation encadré par les Nations Unies, qui a pris plusieurs étapes avec plusieurs accords dans les années 80 et 90. En 98, un accord a été trouvé qui permettait de trancher ce problème, le trancher sur le volet économique, le trancher sur le volet institutionnel, politique, y compris sur le vivre ensemble entre les différentes populations qui peuplent justement l'archipel, mais aussi de le trancher avec un système de référendum, pas un, mais 3, qui permettait à un corps électoral dédié de se prononcer pour ou contre l'indépendance. Il se trouve que par 3 fois, 2 fois avec des taux de participation très élevés, 1 fois avec un taux de participation très bas, par 3 fois, le corps électoral constitué a refusé l'indépendance de la Nouvelle-Calédonie. C'est un fait. Alors, il se trouve que la Nouvelle-Calédonie d'aujourd'hui, elle a beaucoup changé. Sur 3 provinces, vous en avez 2 qui sont dirigées par des indépendantistes. Sur une vingtaine de mairies, vous avez la moitié des maires qui sont indépendantistes. Le gouvernement de Nouvelle-Calédonie est dirigé par des indépendantistes, ils ont gagné les élections. Et mieux que ça, il y a même des sénateurs de la République à Paris qui sont indépendantistes. Vous voyez bien qu'on n'est plus du tout dans un schéma colonial et que l'émancipation, pour le coup, elle est complètement faite. Et vraiment, la République a honoré sa promesse. Et aujourd'hui, il y a des violences. Il y a des violences parce que, comme dans beaucoup de pays, il y a une jeunesse qui est désœuvrée, qui malheureusement a un rapport à l'alcool ou à la drogue qui est un peu compliqué, qui se font instrumentaliser par un certain nombre de minorités indépendantistes qui, eux, évidemment, restent un peu cachés dans l'ombre et essaient de rejouer un scénario de violence pour tenter d'obtenir l'indépendance par un autre biais. Heureusement, tout cela est minoritaire, même si évidemment c'est spectaculaire, c'est impressionnant. Cette violence, évidemment, il faut la condamner. Et d'ailleurs, je vous le dis, vous devez toutes et tous la condamner, puisque par définition, ces violences-là ne font pas partie de notre système de valeurs. Et je ne connais pas beaucoup de pays parmi vous, mesdames et messieurs, qui ne connaissaient pas de difficultés politiques ou sociales internes. Et donc, je vous appelle à les regarder avec la même vigilance.
Thank you very much. Last word, President of Timor-Leste, please.
Very quickly, respond to Timor-Leste ASEAN membership, our capabilities. We have been evaluated numerous times under the 3 pillars of ASEAN, and the conclusion is we are very much on the right track to join ASEAN. We have already participated in all the summits and the ministerial working groups, expert level in every field. So we don't really have much problem in meeting the challenges of meetings, which we know more than 1,000 meetings. But we're used to it. There are hundreds of UN meetings throughout the year, and we are members of other organizations like CPLP, Portuguese-speaking communities. We are members, founder of the Fragile States. We are active in the LDCs, in the Small Island Development States. So we are used to that. ASEAN is actually one of the most effective organizations in the world. And if you look around the world, the African Union progressed enormously over the last 30, 40 years. But African continent, African Union face also extraordinary challenges of conflict, wars, and all kinds. Latin America is the same. The Organization of American States face huge problem. The European Union, one even pull out, and there's a risk of, so nothing new in terms of disagreements and sometimes blockage in organizations. So we don't have any difficulties with that. We will contribute to the extent that we can. We call upon to strengthen ASEAN, to help ASEAN defending ASEAN centrality in issues of the region like South China Sea, Myanmar, and so on. We will be guided by the more experienced leaders of ASEAN, the more elder statesmen, and together I believe that we can have a small contribution to a better region, I think.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And can you join me, please, in thanking our three very distinguished panelists for leading such a wide-ranging debate. You all deserve a coffee break, and please come back at 11:30 for the third plenary. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be commencing shortly. We invite you now to take your seats in the ballroom and switch your communication devices to the silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be commencing shortly. We invite you now to take your seats in the ballroom and switch your communication devices to the silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be commencing shortly. We invite you now to take your seats in the ballroom and switch your communication devices to the silent mode. Thank you.
Very good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask you to please take your seats so that we can get the third plenary session of the 21st IISS Shangri-La Dialogue underway. In this session, we would like to talk about building cooperative security in the Asia-Pacific, in this region. We have already heard a little bit today about how that security architecture is evolving, how certain frameworks are diversifying. We've begun to discuss the different perspectives on those themes, and I'm delighted to welcome to the stage our three distinguished speakers, General Thea Seha, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Defense of Cambodia, and we will hear from him first. We will then hear from Richard Moss, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defense of Australia, and last but not least, I'd like to also welcome the High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission, Josep Borrell, who will be the third speaker. So welcome to this panel. I'll invite the Deputy Prime Minister from Cambodia to take the podium and deliver his remarks. He will speak in the national language Khmer, so I would invite those who need them to reach for your translation or interpretation device. English will be on channel 1. Deputy Prime Minister, the podium is yours.
Adam Mandat Basyang Gegerish, a cat you, no cat you, brought but no just hand on the chit some rap, Kasaksa, Jutsa. Adam looked until cannot brought the food to Tigrum. To catch up down from some claim, no kun, young Chill Jumpu, with just hand on the chit some rap, Kasaksa, Jutsa. The band Podoloka, I came child in late, no tusna, Jumpu, but in the bot, Kako sang, catch up Robert Ka, something sock no as the Pacific. ក្នុងឱកាសនេះខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណដល់រដ្ឋាភិបាលនិងក្រសួងការពារជាតិសង្ហបុរីដែលបានទទួលបដិសណ្ឋារកិច្ចយ៉ាងកក់ក្ដៅចំពោះរូបខ្ញុំនិងគណៈប្រតិភូកម្ពុជាតំបន់អាស៊ីប៉ាស៊ីហ្វិកបានឈានចូលក្នុងយុគសម័យដ៏ច្របូកច្របល់ក្នុងទំនាក់ទំនងអន្តរជាតិគណៈពេលដែលទស្សនវិជ្ជាសន្តិសុខបច្ចុប្បន្នត្រូវបានមជ្ឈដ្ឋានជាច្រើនមើលឃើញថាមានភាពមិនប្រកបប្រជាកាន់តែដុនដាប នឹងមានការប្រែប្រួលយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សពិបាកប៉ាន់ស្មានបើទោះជាការប្រឈមមុខផ្នែកយោធាដោយផ្ទាល់ទំនងជាមិនអាចកើតឡើងក្តីក៏ហានិភ័យនៃចំនួនកើតឡើងជាយថាហេតុនឹងការរីករាលដាលកំពុងតែកាន់ឡើងជាពិសេសដោយសារតែបញ្ហាក្រៅជាច្រើនបានកំពុងកើតឡើងនឹងលទ្ធភាពនៃការវិតម្លៃស្ថានភាពស្ថានភាពខុស បញ្ហាសន្តិសុខជាចង្វល់ចំពោះមុខគឺមានច្រើននិងបន្តបង្កឲ្យមានផលវិបាកយូរអង្វែងដោយបញ្ហាទាំងនេះមានភាពជាការកើនឡើងនៅបញ្ហាសន្តិសុខមិនប្រពៃណីនិងភាពងាយរងគ្រោះនៃសន្តិសុខមនុស្សពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងបញ្ហាដូចជាបម្រែបម្រួលអាកាសធាតុធនធានទឹកសន្តិសុខស្បៀងធម្មពលនិងជំងឺឆ្លងអំពើភេរវកម្មការជួញដូរគ្រឿងញៀនការជួញដូរនិងរត់ពន្ធមនុស្ស ក៏ដូចជាហានិភ័យនៃការគំរាមកំហែងសន្តិសុខប្រពៃណីរួមមានការប្រកួតប្រជែងភូមិសាស្ត្រនយោបាយដែលកំពុងមានភាពតានតឹងកាន់តែខ្លាំងចំនួនទឹកដីដែលមិនទាន់មានដំណោះស្រាយនិងការបន្តរីករាលដាលនៃការប្រណាំងប្រជែងសម្ភារវុធព្រមទាំងបច្ចេកវិទ្យាដែលមិនមានការគ្រប់គ្រងជាដើមពិភពលោកនៅពេលបច្ចុប្បន្នមានការពឹងផ្អែកទៅលើគ្នាទៅវិញទៅមកកាន់តែខ្លាំងឡើង ដែលបង្កើតឲ្យមានទាំងហានិភ័យនិងកលានុវត្តភាពច្រើនបើយើងឆក់ឱកាសកលានុវត្តនេះបានប្រកបដោយប្រសិទ្ធភាពនោះយើងនឹងទទួលបាននូវភាពរីកចម្រើនទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏ប៉ុន្តែបើសិនបើយើងប្រកាន់គំនិតមានអ្នកឈ្នះអ្នកចាញ់នោះពិភពលោកនឹងបាត់បង់ឱកាសដើម្បីបង្កើតសន្តិភាពនិងវិបុលភាពយូរអង្វែងការពឹងផ្អែកលើគ្នាទៅវិញទៅមកគឺមានន័យថាសន្តិសុខរបស់យើងមានភាពប្រតិកលាគ្នា ដោយការគំរាមកំហែងទៅលើប្រទេសណាមួយ នឹងបង្កឲ្យមានផលប៉ះពាល់ដល់ប្រទេសដទៃទៀតអ្វីដែលកើតឡើងនៅក្នុងជ្រុងមួយនៃពិភពលោកមុននឹងក្រោយនឹងប៉ះពាល់ដល់តំបន់ហើយជ្រុងម្ខាងទៀតនៃពិភពលោកឧទាហរណ៍ជាក់ស្ដែងអ្វីដែលបាននឹងកំពុងកើតឡើងនៅប្រទេសអ៊ុយក្រែននិងតំបន់មជ្ឈមបូព៌ាបានប៉ះដល់ជីវភាពរស់នៅរបស់ប្រជាពលរដ្ឋទូទាំងពិភពលោកយ៉ាងធ្ងន់ធ្ងរដោយបញ្ហាទាំងនេះបានជំរុញឲ្យតម្លៃថាមពលអាហារនិងទំនិញចាំបាច់ផ្សេងៗឡើងថ្លៃបង្កឲ្យមានការលំបាកសម្រាប់មនុស្សជាច្រើនជុំវិញពិភពលោកឯកឧត្តមលោកជំទាវគណៈប្រតិភូលោកស្រីជាទីមេត្រីអ្វីបិទនៃតែកង្វល់នៃការគម្រាមកំហែងដែលខ្ញុំបានលើកឡើងអំបញ្ញមិញនេះมันមានអ្វីថ្មីក៏ពិតមែនក៏ប៉ុន្តែអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំចង់រំលេចនៅក្នុងវេទិកានៅពេលនេះគឺទស្សនៈរបស់ប្រទេសតូចនិងមធ្យមដូចជាកម្ពុជាដែលមានទស្សនៈមួយបែបលើបញ្ហាទាំងនេះជាទូទៅប្រទេសតូចនិងមធ្យមពុំសូវមានឥទ្ធិពលនោះទេដែលជាហេតុផលដែលយើងអាចមានទស្សនៈដោយឡែកកម្ពុជាគ្រប់គ្រងយន្តការប្រកបដោយការស្ដាប់ណានិងសន្តិវិធីដូចជាការពិគ្រោះយោបល់និងកិច្ចសន្ទនាក្នុងការដោះស្រាយបញ្ហានានាជាជាងការប្រកាន់យកវិធានការសងសឹកគ្នាទៅវិញទៅមកដោយកម្ពុជាគិតថាការស្វែងរកជំហររួមនិងប្រកាន់យកនៅដំណោះស្រាយឈ្នះឈ្នះពលគឺឈ្នះទាំងអស់គ្នានិងជាជំរឿសដល់ប្រពៃតាមទស្សនៈរបស់យើងគំនិតដូចដើមថ្មីឬការចងផ្ដុំឡើងជាក្រុមនៅកិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការសន្តិសុខគំបីធ្វើឡើងក្នុងទិសដៅបម្រើឲ្យបទប្រហែលសន្តិសុខសន្តិភាពនិងការអភិវឌ្ឍនៅក្នុងតំបន់យើងពិតជាមានសំណាងខ្លាំងណាស់ដែលតំបន់របស់យើងមានអាស៊ានដើរតួជាកម្លាំងចលករនិងជាយន្តការដែលមានភាពស៊ីចង្វាក់គ្នាក្នុងការឆ្លើយតបទៅនឹងបញ្ហាប្រឈមនានាស្របតាមគុណតម្លៃនិងទស្សនៈរបស់យើងនៅពេលដែលប្រទេសជាដៃគូរបស់យើងនិងប្រទេសដទៃមានចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍ក្នុងតំបន់អាស៊ានបានដាក់ចេញនៅទស្សនវិស័យអាស៊ានស្ដីពី Indo-Pacific ដែលផ្ដល់អាទិភាពជាចម្បងលើសន្តិភាពការអភិវឌ្ឍនិងវិបុលភាពដោយផ្អែកលើមូលដ្ឋាននៃគោលការណ៍គោរពគ្នាទៅវិញទៅមកកិច្ចសន្ទនានិងការពិគ្រោះយោបល់គ្នាគណៈពេលដែលស្ថានភាពនៅមីយ៉ាន់ម៉ាបន្តជាបញ្ហាប្រកបដោយការព្រួយបារម្ភខ្លាំងយើងនៅតែឯកភាពគ្នាលើកិច្ចព្រមព្រៀងជាឯកច្ឆន្ទ5ចំណុចថានៅតែជាគោលការណ៍សំខាន់ក្នុងការដោះស្រាយបញ្ហាចំពោះបញ្ហាសមុទ្រចិនខាងត្បូងដែលជាប្រធានបទដ៏ស្មុគស្មាញមួយផងដែរអាស៊ានគប្បីគួរតែប្រកាន់យកទស្សនវិជ្ជាដែលតែអាស៊ានបាននឹងកំពុងបន្តកិច្ចខិតខំប្រឹងប្រែងរក្សាភាពអត់ធ្មត់ជាអតិបរមាស្វែងរកដំណោះស្រាយដោយសន្តិវិធីនិងការតាក់តែងក្រមប្រតិបត្តិនៅសមុទ្រចិនខាងត្បូងមួយប្រកបដោយប្រសិទ្ធភាពជាការពិតណាស់វឌ្ឍនភាពនៅក្នុងបញ្ហាទាំងនេះគឺมันមានភាពឆាប់រហ័សតាមការប្រាថ្នារបស់យើងនោះឡើយក៏ប៉ុន្តែការបោះជំហានទៅមុខបន្តិចម្ដងនេះគឺជាផ្នែកមួយនៃមាគ៌ាអាស៊ានដែលសង្កត់ធ្ងន់ទៅលើការពិគ្រោះយោបល់ប្រកបដោយការស្ថាបនាគណៈជំរើសផ្ទុយពីនេះអាចនឹងបង្កឲ្យមានការខាតបង់ជាច្រើននិងអាចបង្កើតជាឧបសគ្គដល់គោលបំណងរបស់យើងទៅវិញជាក្នុងឱកាសនេះកម្ពុជាសូមទទូចឲ្យរាល់ប្រទេសដែលជាដៃគូទាំងអស់មេត្តារក្សាភាពអត់ធ្មត់និងធ្វើការជាមួយនឹងអាស៊ានដើម្បីដោះស្រាយបញ្ហានិងទប់ស្កាត់កុំឲ្យរីកកើតឡើងឬនឹងកាន់តែធ្ងន់ធ្ងរគណៈពេលដែលយើងទទួលស្គាល់ថាការកសាងកិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការសន្តិសុខមានសារៈសំខាន់សម្រាប់សន្តិភាពនិងសន្តិសុខការលើកកម្ពស់នៅយន្តការពហុភាគីនិយមដែលមានស្រាប់ដូចជាកិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការកម្រិតតំបន់ហើយដែលមានអាស៊ានជាស្នូលនៅតំបន់អាស៊ីប៉ាស៊ីហ្វិកក៏បីជាកិច្ចការចម្បងមួយយើងគួរតែពង្រឹងនិងប្រើប្រាស់ចំណុចខ្លាំងរបស់អាស៊ានក្នុងការតាក់ទាញប្រទេសផ្សេងមកចូលរួមក្នុងកិច្ចប្រជុំអាស៊ាននិងកិច្ចប្រជុំពាក់ព័ន្ធដើម្បីលើកកម្ពស់ទំនុកចិត្តនិងភាពជឿជាក់គ្នាក៏ដូចជាសាមគ្គីភាពនិងកិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការក្នុងតំបន់អាស៊ាននៅតែជាវេទិកានៃកិច្ចសន្ទនាឈានមុខគេសម្រាប់ការលើកកម្ពស់កិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការសន្តិសុខនៅអាស៊ីប៉ាស៊ីហ្វិកដោយសារតែគោលការណ៍បើកចំហបរិយាបន្ននិងតម្លាភាពក្នុងនាមជាសមាជិកអាស៊ានកម្ពុជាយើងចង់ឃើញតែដៃគូអាស៊ានបន្តគ្រប់គ្រងនិងប្រកាន់ខ្ជាប់នៅមជ្ឈភាពនិងឯកភាពអាស៊ានការបែកបាក់របស់អាស៊ាននឹងនាំមករកនៅផលប៉ះពាល់អវិជ្ជមានមិនត្រឹមតែចំពោះសមាជិកអាស៊ានតែប៉ុណ្ណោះក៏ប៉ុន្តែចំពោះប្រទេសដទៃទៀតនៅក្នុងតំបន់អាស៊ីប៉ាស៊ីហ្វិកផងដែរអាដាមលោកជំទាវ គណៈប្រតិគូលោកស្រីស្ទីមេត្រីកម្ពុជាពិតជាមានមោទនភាពយ៉ាងក្រៃលែងតែបានចូលរួមចំណែកដល់កិច្ចខិតខំប្រឹងប្រែងនៅក្នុងតំបន់និងក្នុងការស្វែងរកសន្តិសុខនិងសន្តិភាពដ៏រឹងមាំចាប់តាំងពីថ្ងៃដំបូងដែលកម្ពុជាបានចូលជាសមាជិកអាស៊ានចាប់តាំងពីពេលនោះមកកម្ពុជាក៏បានធ្វើការរួមចំណែកប្រកបដោយការស្ថាបនានិងសារៈសំខាន់ជាច្រើនដល់កិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការរបស់អាស៊ានលើគ្រប់វិស័យជាក់ស្ដែងសេចក្តីថ្លែងការណ៍ស្តីពីការប្រតិបត្តិការរបស់បណ្ដាភាគីនៅសមុទ្រចិនខាងត្បូងគឺសម្រេចបានក្រោមភាពជាប្រធានអាស៊ានរបស់កម្ពុជានៅឆ្នាំ2002ហើយនៅក្នុងអំឡុងពេលកម្ពុជាได้ធ្វើប្រធានកិច្ចប្រជុំកំពូលអាស៊ាននៅឆ្នាំ2012សម្ដេចតេជោហ៊ុនសែនអតីតនាយករដ្ឋមន្ត្រីកម្ពុជាបានព្រួយដើមនៃការបង្កើតមជ្ឈមណ្ឌលតំបន់អាស៊ានសម្រាប់សកម្មភាពមីនដែលបានដើរតួនាទីជាមជ្ឈមណ្ឌលឧត្តមភាពចែករំលែកឧត្តមមានវត្តលើកិច្ចការបោះសម្អាតមីននិងកកស្កាកសំណល់សង្គ្រាមដែលប្រទេសសមាជិកអាស៊ានលើសពីនេះនៅឆ្នាំ2022កម្ពុជាក៏បានរៀបចំគំនិតផ្ដួចផ្ដើមជាក់ស្ដែងចំនួន3ដើម្បីពង្រីកកិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការជាក់ស្ដែងនៅក្នុងអាស៊ានរួមមានកិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការទប់ស្កាត់ជំងឺរាតត្បាតឆ្លងដែនការលើកកម្ពស់យន្តការគាំទ្រដល់កម្លាំងថែរក្សាសន្តិភាពជាស្ត្រីរបស់អាស៊ាននិងកិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការរវាងកិច្ចសហការរវាងស្ថាប័នអប់រំយោធាអាស៊ានគំនិតផ្ដួចផ្ដើមទាំងនេះបាននឹងកំពុងអនុវត្តហើយនឹងសង្ឃឹមថានឹងមានឱកាសសហការជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសដទៃជាដៃគូដទៃទៀតដើម្បីពង្រឹងការអនុវត្តគំនិតផ្ដួចផ្ដើមទាំងនេះជាពិសេសការលើកកម្ពស់ការគាំទ្ររបៀបវរៈស្ត្រីពីស្ត្រីសន្តិភាពនិងសន្តិសុខនៅក្នុងជំនួបផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹងថ្នាក់ដឹកនាំមីយ៉ាន់ម៉ាសម្ដេចតេជោហ៊ុនសែនតែងតែបានរំលេចអំពីសារៈសំខាន់នៃការអភិវឌ្ឍកិច្ចព្រមព្រៀងជាឯកច្ឆន្ទ5ចំណុចដែលនេះបានឆ្លុះបញ្ចាំងពីសុឆន្ទៈនិងការបដិញ្ញាយ៉ាងមុតមុតរបស់កម្ពុជាក្នុងនាមជាសមាជិកគ្រួសារអាស៊ានដើម្បីជួយមីយ៉ាន់ម៉ាក្នុងការបញ្ចប់វិបត្តិនិងងាកមករកប្រក្រតីភាពវិញជាមួយគ្នានេះការរួមចំណែករបស់កម្ពុជាដល់កិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការសន្តិសុខគឺបានធ្វើឡើងជាចម្បងតាមរយៈក្របខ័ណ្ឌអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិនិងយន្តការអាស៊ានដោយចាប់តាំងពីឆ្នាំ2006មកកងកម្លាំងរក្សាសន្តិភាពរបស់កម្ពុជាច្រើនជាង 9,500 នាក់បានបំពេញបេសកកម្មនៅប្រទេសចំនួន9ក្រោមឆ័ត្ររបស់អង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិគណៈពេលដែលបច្ចុប្បន្នកងកម្លាំងរក្សាសន្តិភាពរបស់កម្ពុជាចំនួន639នាក់ដោយនៅក្នុងនោះមានស្ត្រីចំនួន124នាក់បាននឹងកំពុងបំពេញបេសកកម្មនៅប្រទេសស៊ូដង់ខាងត្បូងលីប៊ីនិងសាធារណរដ្ឋអាហ្វ្រិកកណ្ដាលមិនត្រឹមតែប៉ុណ្ណោះកម្ពុជាក៏បានបញ្ជូននាយទាហានទៅបម្រើការងារជាបុគ្គលិករបស់អង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិនៅសាធារណរដ្ឋជាមានិតកុងហ្គោនិងកងកម្លាំងសន្តិសុខបណ្ដោះអាសន្ននៅតំបន់អាបេយ៉ាផងដែរពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងកងកម្លាំងរក្សាសន្តិភាពជាស្ត្រីកម្ពុជាបានចំណាត់ថ្នាក់លេខ1នៅក្នុងអាស៊ាននិងចំណាត់ថ្នាក់លេខ11នៅក្នុងចំណោមប្រទេសបរិច្ចាគកងកម្លាំងរក្សាសន្តិភាពលើការចូលរួមស្ត្រីក្នុងការប្រតិបត្តិការរក្សាសន្តិភាពអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិជាច្រើនជាងគេអាយដាមលោកជំទាវលោកស្រីនៅចំពោះមុខស្ថានភាពភូមិសាស្ត្រនយោបាយដែលមានការវិវត្តយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សវាពិតជាមានសារៈសំខាន់ខ្លាំងណាស់ក្នុងការទទួលស្គាល់នូវគុណតម្លៃគោរពសិទ្ធិការពារអធិបតេយ្យនិងឯករាជ្យភាពរបស់បណ្ដាប្រទេសតូចៗកម្ពុជាបានផ្ដល់តម្លៃលើការគាំទ្រលើយន្តការពហុភាគីនិយមដែលមានសារៈសំខាន់ជាអនេកតាមក្របរយៈក្របខ័ណ្ឌអន្តរជាតិនិងអាស៊ានដើម្បីធានាថាយើងទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចសម្រេចបាននៅយន្តការកិច្ចសហប្រតិបត្តិការដែលផ្ដល់នូវគុណប្រយោជន៍រួមការអភិវឌ្ឍនិងសន្តិភាពរបស់យើងគឺអាស្រ័យទៅលើការគោរពប្រកាន់ភ្ជាប់នៅច្បាប់អន្តរជាតិជាពិសេសធម្មនុញ្ញអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិនិងធម្មនុញ្ញអាស៊ានពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងចំណុចនេះសម្ដេចមហាបវរធិបតីហ៊ុនម៉ាណែតនាយករដ្ឋមន្ត្រីនៃព្រះរាជាណាចក្រកម្ពុជាបានលើកយ៉ាងច្បាស់ថាកម្ពុជាបានបដិញ្ញាគាំទ្រសម្រាប់ធ្នាប់អន្តរជាតិដែលផ្អែកលើច្បាប់អន្តរជាតិហើយចាប់ពីពេលនេះតទៅមុខកម្ពុជានៅតែបន្តការបរិច្ចាគកងកម្លាំងរក្សាសន្តិភាពនិងចូលរួមក្នុងប្រតិបត្តិការរក្សាសន្តិភាពរបស់អង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិហើយនេះគឺជាភស្តុតាងនៃការបដិញ្ញាចិត្តដ៏មុតមមរបស់កម្ពុជាចំពោះសន្តិសុខនិងសន្តិភាពសកលម្យ៉ាងទៀតយើងនឹងនៅតែបន្តគាំទ្រសកម្មភាពពហុភាគីនិយមជាពិសេសផ្អែកលើការចរចាកិច្ចសន្ទនានិងការពិគ្រោះយោបល់ដែលអាចរួមចំណែកជាវិជ្ជមានដល់ការដោះស្រាយជម្លោះទាំងនៅក្នុងនិងក្រៅតំបន់ដោយផ្អែកលើគុណតម្លៃសន្តិភាពដំណោះស្រាយឈ្នះ-ឈ្នះនិងគោលការណ៍ ការគោរពគ្នាទៅវិញទៅមកសូមអរគុណ
Minister, thank you very much for those remarks and for outlining your perspective on the wide range of challenges that you touched upon and the importance you attach to ASEAN and other mechanisms to safeguard rights, sovereignty, and help build trust and solidarity. I think those are points that people will want to come back to in our Q&A. May I invite Mr. Mars, please, over to you.
Well, can I thank the IISS for convening the 21st Shangri-La Dialogue, the third that I have attended as Australia's Defence Minister. And I'd like to acknowledge the generational leadership change in our host country, Singapore. The Indo-Pacific can now continue to benefit from the experience and the wisdom of Senior Minister Lee in the years ahead, as we look forward to working closely with Prime Minister Wong. And we do this as next year Australia prepares to mark the 10th anniversary of the Australia-Singapore Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. There is a new era of strategic competition that is reshaping our world and our region. Commentators have framed it in many different ways. East versus West, North versus South, democracy versus autocracy. These frames obscure more than they clarify. At the centre of this competition is quite simply the global rules-based order. There are those that are sceptical about this order, that at times it has broken under the pressure of human contest is a fact Southeast Asia understands better than most. And yet, for all its failings, we are far better off with it than without it. Our challenge is not to discard the imperfect, but rather to make the promise of an ideal better. Because if we let it go, the world will deeply regret its disintegration. The global rules-based order is not just a device, as some would cynically suggest, to protect the prerogatives of great powers and to prevent the rise of new ones. Rather, at its core is a 200-year project to build a global system that is open and inclusive, an order that is based on rules as much as it is on power, and which seeks to balance the concepts of sovereignty and territorial integrity with the ideas of liberty and equality. And the global rules-based order is not just a Western project. Many thinkers from China, India, Africa, and from across the global south have been central to its formation. Despite its imperfections, this order has come to oversee human activity around the world, as diverse as nuclear non-proliferation, managing global financial risk and international transport by sea and by air. Critically, it has managed the global trading regime that has improved access to markets for developing countries. It has enabled the development of manufacturing not just in the global north, but in the global south. It has created an interdependent network of global supply chains, and in the process of all of this, it has fostered the greatest wealth creation in history. The global rules-based order has helped offset the advantages of the superpowers by giving agency to smaller states. Now, invocations of this order can often be glib, but dismissals of it can be equally shallow and cynical. And we need to think hard about this, because today the global rules-based order is under increasing pressure. We cannot take peace and prosperity of our region for granted. Over the past year, this pressure has increased. With increasing horror and grief, we have watched the unfolding tragedy in Israel and Gaza. When Hamas executed its horrific act of violence on October 7, it was aiming to stymie an accord between Israel and the leading Arab powers. In the process, the hopes of a two-state solution have become much more distant. To be clear, in Australia's view, it is imperative that Hamas not succeed. We call for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza, the unconditional release of hostages, increased humanitarian relief for the civilians of Gaza, and steps towards a two-state solution in which Israel and Palestine live in peace together within agreed borders. As our recent vote at the UN General Assembly demonstrates, Australia seeks to build momentum for this goal alongside our regional partners. And we've been clear that all parties must comply with international law. Israel must comply with the binding orders of the International Court of Justice, including to enable the provision of basic services and humanitarian assistance at scale. And we've made clear that Australia respects the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court and the important role they play in upholding international law and the global rules-based order. If that order is to apply anywhere, it needs to apply everywhere. At the same time, Australia's position must not be taken as any kind of acceptance of a moral equivalence between Israel and Hamas. Clearly, there is none. Israel is a democratic state. Hamas is a terrorist organisation. Over the last year, we have also witnessed a continued insistence by an increasingly militarised Russia to wage a brutal war against Ukraine, seeking to extinguish Ukraine's sovereignty and the lives and aspirations of its people. Senior figures in Russia even muse about using nuclear weapons and invading other European countries. Russia is a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council that has attacked another country and is threatening to use nuclear weapons if it does not get its way. In truth, it is not the security that drives Russia, but a quest to reclaim a lost empire. It aims to reverse the post-Cold War security order in Europe and, by extension, refashion how the world operates. It aims to shift the global rules-based order from one that seeks to strike a careful balance between sovereignty and liberty, rules and power, to one that is based on power alone. Russia wants to take us back to a world where spheres of interest reign, where only great powers are truly sovereign and their actions are above any law. That North Korea and Iran have chosen to become Russia's strategic partners in this mission is perhaps not surprising. Both are internationally isolated for their profoundly disruptive behaviour, not least their persistence with nuclear programs in defiance of multiple UN Security Council resolutions. But the deeper question is the implications of China's strategic partnership with Russia, given Russia's current malign and violent path. Vladimir Putin's actions have made Russia a pariah. But China is the world's second largest economy and the major trading partner for Europe and for the United States. It's a great power whose culture, innovation and drive benefits the world in so many ways. Beijing aspires to regional and global leadership. Chinese officials now staff and increasingly lead multilateral institutions that perform the core functions of the global rules-based order. At the same time, China is building a military capability, including a nuclear weapons force that seeks to be on par with the United States. So China's support for Russia raises important questions about the role that it intends to play as a global actor. As China steps up to a larger role, it must accept, like all great powers, that there will be much greater scrutiny on the way it uses its strength and which countries it chooses to partner with. Acceptance of such restraints is the key to any successful and durable international order. Russia has made clear it accepts no restraints. So it is important China sets out a counterexample, that the exercise of Chinese power exhibits the characteristics necessary for our shared prosperity and security: respect for agreed rules and norms, where trade and investment flow according to agreed rules and binding treaty commitments, and where disputes among states are resolved via dialogue and in accordance with international law. There has been a view, sometimes expressed by Chinese officials, that its strategic partnership with Russia is a necessary buffer against anti-China hostility. That is totally wrong. The economic rise of China has raised hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. In the process, it has been a source of economic prosperity for many countries around the world, and that very much includes Australia. There is no indelible hostility to China. It is about how we build a safer world and a safer region. China making clear, in word and deed, that it does not support the invasion of a sovereign country in violation of the UN Charter, consistent with China's own long-standing commitment to the Charter's founding principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, would be a huge vote of confidence in Chinese regional and global leadership. And the importance of this can't be overstated. Confidence and indeed trust in Chinese intent will be the single most important ingredient to the maintenance of the global rules-based order. And by extension, it will be at the heart of building a stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. A stable and sustainable regional order won't be possible unless all countries, but especially big ones, pursue their strategic objectives in a manner that respects the sovereign rights of our neighbours and the obligations imposed by international law. And that's why we must pay attention to China's strategic behaviour and the signals that it sends. Actions by Chinese vessels in the West Philippine Sea, such as the use of water cannons and the ramming of Philippine vessels, are a serious escalation of tensions and inconsistent with UNCLOS and the final and binding 2016 South China Sea arbitration ruling. China's behaviour towards Taiwan creates similar concerns. PLA exercises that practice attacks and blockades of Taiwan do not inspire confidence that China prioritises or is planning for a peaceful settlement to the status of the island and its 22 million people. That the PLA has made a record number of incursions across the median line in the Taiwan Strait this year is part of this increasing concerning trend. The Australian Navy has also experienced recent unsafe and unprofessional behaviour by the PLA Navy and the PLA Air Force. Now, I want to stress that the great bulk of the PLA's interaction with the Australian Defence Force are safe and professional. But the size and the speed of PLA development means that interaction is occurring much more frequently. And activities that the Australian Defence Force has conducted in the region for decades, safely and consistent with international law, are increasingly contested by the PLA. The activation of sonar, while Australian naval divers were in the water in the East China Sea in November, and the release of flares in the path of a naval helicopter last month posed a serious risk of injury to our personnel while they were enforcing UN Security Council sanctions against North Korea. In the face of these multiple sources of tension, it's even more imperative that every country plays its part in managing increasing strategic risk. The reliance on security architecture, whether existing or new, is not enough. The lesson of Russia's invasion of Ukraine is that our agreements, treaties and alliances are only as good as the hard power that backs them up. Developing military capability has its place, And in Australia's case, our annual defence spending will almost double over the coming decade to $100 billion and around 2.4% of GDP. In addition to each nation's individual capabilities, all nations need to invest in a form of collective deterrence. We cannot just appeal to the great powers to conduct strategic competition responsibly. That is too passive. Rather, we should seek, through our own national capabilities and regional architecture, to build a sustainable balance of power in the Indo-Pacific in which no one country in our region is militarily dominant. We must seek a set of conditions in the Indo-Pacific which constrain and ultimately preclude military options as a tool to seize or gain territory by ensuring that the risk of force outweigh any perceived benefit. Australia sees its investment in national defence capabilities as a necessary and prudent contribution to that balance. And we must all deepen our network of strategic partnerships in the Indo-Pacific that more effectively integrate our capabilities. This, of course, has a strong bilateral dimension. Australia is deepening its alliance with the United States, including through enhanced force posture cooperation in Australia, as we welcome recent US force posture enhancements in Japan, the Philippines and elsewhere. But Australia is also expanding its defence relationships with Japan, Korea, India, Indonesia, Singapore, the Philippines, Vietnam and other partners in Southeast Asia. These relationships have in fact never been stronger, reflecting how we are all making choices about how to strengthen regional resilience. But this network effect has to have a strong multilateral dimension as well. And ASEAN is the key to this. Australia was honoured to commemorate 50 years as ASEAN's first dialogue partner during the special summit in Melbourne in March. ASEAN cohesion has constituted one of the greatest strategic assets for the region over the past half-century, and long may it continue to do so. New formations will matter as well, and they'll have different functions, some normative, some about capability, some about security, and others about industry integration. Building more resilient supply chains is a key priority for Australia, which is why I'm endorsing at this dialogue the statement of principles to strengthen the region's defence industrial bases. The point of these new groupings is to foster a constellation of states that act as a force multiplier for our collective security, by not only helping us advance our own national capabilities, but also contribute to the networking effect that we all seek. And we need to recognise that all strategic theatres are interdependent now. Just as our economies depend on global supply chains, our strategic environments hinge on what happens in other parts of the world. Applying an exclusively geographic lens to our security challenges won't work. How the war ends in Ukraine will matter to how countries assess their own military options, especially for Russia's strategic partners. And that's why a greater European voice in Indo-Pacific affairs is important, and why we must heed what happens outside our own region. Crucially, we need to make common cause with those states that seek to uphold rules that constrain the use of force, protect civilians, and hold abusers to account irrespective of geography. Finally, we cannot underestimate the importance of astute diplomacy and the requirement to invest in strategic reassurance. The risk with any deterrence strategy is that in seeking to prevent conflict, states miscommunicate and end up provoking one. And this will place a much greater premium on maintaining clear communication channels at every level. We cannot afford a lack of clarity in strategic intent. So let me be clear about Australia's intent. A stable and sustainable strategic order in the Indo-Pacific cannot be contingent on the internal order of states or on illegitimate concepts such as containment. But equally, that order cannot develop in a strategic environment where sovereign rights and international law are ignored, especially by great powers. We must commit So the work of norm building that allows us to navigate this high-risk period without conflict or coercion, where all countries are free to pursue their national interest and where disputes are resolved through dialogue and in accordance with international law. This is the essence of the global rules-based order, and its maintenance must be the collective mission of us all. Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister, Minister, thank you very much for that clear statement. I think it was very interesting how you described and assessed the interplay of the security architecture, its mechanisms, military capability, and deterrence, clear thinking on deterrence, and finally the need for astute diplomacy. So I think that's a very good framework for us to work in. May I ask the High Representative, Josep Borrell, to please take the floor and offer his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your invitation and thank you for your attention. In the interest of time, I will go directly to the subject. There are many things that happen around the world, and some of them in our immediate neighborhood. But I will resist the temptation of talking about them and to focus on the title of this panel. And I want to make 2 points about the European Union approach to security and the cooperative answer to the security challenges in the Indo-Pacific. First, stress how important is the security in the Pacific for Europe. Second, why and how the European Union, in the current geopolitical context, is a valuable and credible piece of the regional security architecture through cooperation, tailored partnerships based on common trust. First, why is the Indo-Pacific important for us in the current geopolitical context? We have to look at each other in a more comprehensive way than not simply through economic lenses, because the strategic and economic interests are more than ever intertwined. Economy and strategy are the two sides of the same coin. And now the Indo-Pacific is the beating heart of the world. We are 15% of the world trade. The Indo-Pacific accounts for 45% of the world trade. Altogether, combined, we are about 2/3 of the world trade. The security in Europe and in the Indo-Pacific are increasingly interlinked. Your security is an important part of our security. The China's so-called no-limit partnership with Russia, although everything has limits, and the military support of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to Russia's invasion of Ukraine shows the direct impact on European security with the prolongation of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. 40% of our trade passes through the South China Sea. That's why avoiding tension in South China Sea or the Taiwan Straits are of the utmost importance for us. And here, today, I've been listening to different approaches to and different evaluation of these tensions in the South China Sea, but certainly they are. All this happens in an international context in which we are confronted by the return in both Europe and Asia to a challenging interstate rivalry, which is taking place through different modalities, from war, interstate war, high-intensity conventional war, as the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, where one country is trying to crush its neighbor in a blatant violation of international law. I do agree that it is not the only place where international law is being violated. It's not the only one. And that's why we need to be consistent with our principles and prevent the practice of double standards. Yes, in Gaza we have a clear situation where we have to avoid double standards. And if we applaud when the International Criminal Court acts against Putin, we should be able to do the same thing when the same court acts against other actors in the Middle East. Second, there is the just economic rivalry with the weaponization of trade, including a strain on global shipping and on supply chains, which are vital for both Europe and Asia. And third, just interstate political rivalry, which leads to political realignment and certainly heading strategies. The second issue is, in face of all this, how we are adjusting our strategy and our offer to the region, what the European Union are offering to the region in order to build a cooperative approach to security. We are a geopolitical actor with no hidden agenda, with a strong commitment to security based on international law and the United Nations Charter, and we have a significant experience on conflict and crisis management. That's why I think we can offer a unique contribution to the security on the Indo-Pacific, and we presented a strategy on that issue on 2021. And after the invasion of Ukraine came, we are gradually accepting the idea that we have to take charge of our own security. In 2022, we published a strategic compass, which is our first EU strategy on security and defense. We know we have a lot to do, a lot to achieve, but certainly the age of the era of strategic naivete is over. And that's why we are multiplying our partnerships with the region, and more precisely, security and defense partnerships that are currently being negotiated with two key partners, as well as the important memorandum of understanding signed last week with Australia on critical raw materials. Yes, it has been this morning, your security is also our security. That's fully true. And in regard to all this, I would like to convey three messages from Europe. We are a credible and committed partner in security and defense. Last year I said, I want to repeat this year, that we are a smart security enabler. This means that the European Union has a know-how and added value in non-traditional security domains, and we are willing to build close cooperation on these areas. In cyber, in disinformation and foreign interference, in the maritime domain, where we launch several Navy operations, Aspides in the Red Sea to protect American vessels, in Atalanta in the northwestern Indian Ocean, and we contribute to maritime security awareness. We also develop cooperations in economic security, on non-proliferation and disarmament, on counter-terrorism, and in space. And second, Europe is the principal entity. We believe in some basic principles, and we try to be consistent with them. We are far from being perfect, and certainly important questions are being put about what's happening in Ukraine, in Gaza, and in the South China Sea. The important thing is not to say that people have to abide to international law and to fulfill the humanitarian law when they are at war. The question is, what happens if they don't? What's happening when they don't? And in some cases, it's clearly they are not doing. This is the real question that the international community has to be able to answer. We will look at the better way of doing that, building cooperation and avoiding confrontation. Our member states rarely opposes major resolutions at the United Nations Security Council. And those who have a veto power do not use it. And third, last one, Europe has to learn from Asia. You know how much this region is innovating and creating value. I am always interested in by the views of the ASEAN and in particular of the Singapore friends. When they talk about Asia, it's because they have the capacity of carrying an Asian vision of the world, the coming world, while remaining closer to the West, to us, to the Europeans. So let's work together and learn from each other. Thank you.
Representative, thank you very much. I think it's very useful to hear from you how you describe the importance of this region for the EU, how you describe the interest of the EU in this region, but also how you what you outlined or how you describe the offer that the EU can make. I think again there are lots of themes we might want to discuss, and we will now have a good 40 minutes for discussion and for questions. Just a reminder, two-step process: insert your delegate badge, press the button, you will get into the queue, which is already at a good size here, so we can get going. We will take a few questions and group them together. Maybe we'll take a few in a go before I return to the panel for some answers, and then we'll get a second group of questions in. I'll start with a question from Josh Rogan of the United States. Josh, you're live.
Thank you so much. This question is for High Representative Borrell. In a trip to Brussels last week, Deputy Secretary of State Kurt Campbell said that China is engaged in a sustained, comprehensive effort backed up by its own leadership designed to give Russia every support behind the scenes that will allow them to reconstitute elements of their military force. He also said that the Chinese were surreptitiously abetting the most destabilizing war in Europe since the Second World War. As you know, the European Union has listed 4 Chinese companies in a package of sanctions in February. But since then, by all accounts, Chinese dual use and other support for Russia's military has only increased. Is the EU prepared to respond to these developments with more sanctions, perhaps during the NATO summit next month in Washington? Is the EU response slowed by the threat by China of economic retaliation? And can China and the EU maintain a normal relationship under these circumstances? Thank you.
Josh, thank you very much. We'll take a few more questions, but our representative will have taken note of that specific angle there. Can I please ask from Australia and the Young Leaders Group, Jennifer Parker?
Thank you. My question is for the Deputy Prime Minister of Cambodia. Thank you for your talk. You spoke a lot about ASEAN cooperative security, and you really couched some of the regional challenges in the view of strategic competition. There's also been a theme of international law, so I'd like to ask, what is Cambodia's position on whether the 9-dash line claimed by China in the South China Sea is consistent with international law? And if it's not consistent with international law, why haven't we seen a broader statement from ASEAN on this point?
Thank you very much for that question. And we'll go next to, from the UK and the IISS, Fenella McCarthy, please.
Thank you, Bastian. My question is for the Australian Minister of Defence. It's related to how the role that defence industrial development plays in the ongoing cooperative efforts. So as countries look to bolster their capabilities, which you welcomed in terms of bolstering deterrence, does it present opportunities for greater collaboration or perhaps challenges as countries will increasingly compete with each other for programs going forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from China, Senior Colonel Han Wen-ge. Your microphone is live.
Oh, thanks a lot. Yes.
I have some questions for the Australian minister. And if I'm not wrong, since 1980s, there were a lot of expressions of China's threat. Even at the time, China's military expenditure just equal to 5 or 6% of Americans. The fact is, since the end of Cold War, China has never waged war against its neighboring countries. On the contrary, China cooperated with local partners to get mutual understanding and economic prosperity in the last 40 years. Of course, as a sovereign country, China has the natural rights to defend its national security, including territorial integration and the maritime privilege, according to historical facts and international law. Today, I think we talk too much about the possibilities of personal death, 1 or 2, maybe, who knows, in the South China Sea, but ignore the genocide happening in Gaza. Thousands of women and children are dying. And China also put forward global security initiative years before. But would you like to listen? Thank you. I have no problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. We'll turn now to, from Brunei, Hafiz Hashim.
Hi. Thank you to, great. My question is to the Australian minister. So how can Australia strengthen the AOIP and enhance its commitment to the AOIP and bolster ASEAN's role as a regional facilitator in maintaining global order and resolving disputes? Thank you.
Can you just repeat the first bit of your question that didn't come through really clearly?
Me? Oh, okay. How can Australia enhance its commitment to the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific and bolster ASEAN's role as a regional facilitator in maintaining global order and resolving disputes?
Thank you. Now we got it. That's great. Thank you so much. I'll take one more, and then we'll return for a first set of answers to the panel, and then we'll get more questions in after that. I'll take one more from the UK and the ISS. Nick Childs, please.
Thank you, Bastian. Again, a question for the Australian Minister. In the context of building cooperative security and with reference to the AUKUS relationship you and the UK and the US have, how much of a priority and how quickly do you see AUKUS developing in terms of becoming more open and inclusive, as you described the international rules-based system? You've just issued a statement of exploring possible increased cooperation with Japan. How quickly and how much further do you think that should go in terms of the AUKUS relationship? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's take these. Since you got most of the questions, I'll ask you to go first, Mr. Miles, and then I'll turn to the High Representative and then the Deputy Prime Minister from Cambodia. So do you want to tackle some of these?
So thank you for those questions. Firstly, in relation to the industrial bases around the world, I mean, it's a very good question, but I mean, ultimately, we are experiencing, in terms of increasing our own capability, working with industrial partners around the world in more collaborative ways. I mean, there are more joint ventures, for example, which are coming together to see how they can help Australia in what we're seeking to do with our procurement and the increase in our capability. And we really welcome the fact that industry is thinking about how they can best work together to do that. But at the same time, you know, we do want a competitive industrial base where we're getting value for money, and concepts of value for money still apply. And so as we go through the process of tendering for a general purpose frigate, which we intend to do over the coming years, I mean, we want that to be a competitive process, obviously, so that we can get the best value for money for the Australian taxpayer in terms of how we do that procurement. And so I think what we are seeing is a healthy, dynamic interplay between collaboration on the one hand and competition on the other, and I don't really have any problem with that. I think that is a positive step forward. Can I thank the colleague from China for the contribution that was made? I mean, look, at the end of the day, if that is a statement in support of the global rules-based order, that is really welcome. I mean, the only point that we're trying to make here is that the global rules-based order, which has been in existence really since the end of the Second World War and has evolved, has underpinned enduring peace and security in our region, but importantly has been the underpinning of economic prosperity and growth within our region. China's benefited from that, Australia has benefited from that, and we have benefited from our relationship with China, and we're perfectly open about and happy to say that. I mean, we have repeatedly said, and I have repeatedly said, that we value the most productive relationship that we can have with China, and the only point we seek to make is that the rules-based order has been fundamental to underpinning it, as it has underpinned the relationships that we've had with countries around the world, and it has underpinned economic growth within our region. And we have very much expressed our, as I said in the speech today, increasing sense of horror and grief about what has played out in Israel and Gaza, and we have consistently called for a humanitarian ceasefire there, and all our actions and all our diplomacy is directed towards seeing the end of that conflict and the maximising of humanitarian support. For the question from Brunei around extending ASEAN's influence and significance, firstly, we see ASEAN centrality as the cornerstone of architecture which has given rise to peace and stability within Southeast Asia, make that point, but go beyond that and say that from a narrow Australian perspective, ASEAN centrality is deeply in Australia's interest. You only need to look at the map to understand that from our point of view, having a strong, stable, coherent Southeast Asia based on ASEAN centrality is profoundly important to our national security. And indeed, part of what's come through with the Defence Strategic Review that we did last year and our National Defence Strategy that we announced a month or so ago is that we really identify that our national security lies beyond the borders, beyond our borders, beyond the coastline of our continent, that in fact Australia's national security really lies in the heart of the region that we see ourselves belonging to, and that very much includes Southeast Asia, and in that sense, ASEAN is fundamentally important to that. So, we want to do everything we can to amplify the significance of ASEAN centrality as what we see as being the cornerstone of peace and security within our region, and all the other kind of minilaterals that we engage in, including, for example, the Five Powers Defence Arrangement, which had its meeting yesterday, we see as complementing the fundamentally important work that ASEAN does. Finally, the question from the UK in relation to AUKUS Pillar 2 expansion, which is, I think, where the question was directed. Obviously, Pillar 1, which is Australia's acquisition of a nuclear-powered submarine capability, is confined to ourselves, the US and the UK. In respect to Pillar 2, firstly, it's worth stating again what AUKUS is and what it is not. I mean, AUKUS is not an alliance. AUKUS is a technology transferring arrangement between our three countries. AUKUS Pillar 2 is about the US, the UK and Australia working more closely together on innovative military technologies. We are open to the idea of that work being expanded to other countries, and we've talked about that happening with Japan. Really, the precondition to that is not so much about the other countries. It's actually about us getting runs on the board ourselves, maturing, if you like, the work that we're doing between the three countries, the US, the UK and Australia, such that there is something very significant to share. And it's early days, if we're being honest, about the work that we're doing in relation to Pillar 2. But we are really confident now about how that is going. We see that development happening pretty quickly, and in time we do see the opportunities of extending that work to other countries.
Splendid. Thank you very much. High Representative, may I ask you to address specifically the question about the EU's response to that China-Russia partnership and China's support to Russia? There might be other things you want to pick up as well, but please, if we can have your reaction to that particular question. Over to you.
Yes, certainly. Well, I had yesterday the opportunity to discuss about it with the Chinese defense minister. And look, China cannot be put at the same level than North Korea or Iran when it comes to supply arms to Russia. China has committed not to supply arms, and we don't have evidence that this has happened. And they continue insisting that they don't supply arms, and we don't have the evidence that this has happened. But there is not a clear border between arms and non-arms, because there are things which can be dual use. And certainly the economic report relationship between Russia and China has increased a lot. In the last 2 years, the amount of exports from China to Russia has increased more than in the last 10 years. And we are vigilant in order to see if this is not a way of circumventing sanctions. Because the European sanctions are they cannot be applied to third countries, like the American sanctions. So the issue is not an issue of applying our restrictive measures to China, because we cannot, neither China to any other country in the world, but looking at the circumvention. And yes, some Chinese firms has been limited their capacity to trade with our European firms because they were suspicious that this could be a way of circumventing sanctions, and we remain vigilant for that. But the problem is not only China. When you do the autopsy of a Russian tank destroyed, you see inside such a big number of components that are being produced in the West, in the US or in Europe, or the UK, that the question is who and how these things, these components, which is not an arm on itself, but is being used to produce arms, reaches Russia. By which way? And if you have a look at the increase on the exports from Europe to some countries in the Balkans or some countries in Central Asia, you see that this export has been multiplied, some cases, by 5,000. Well, this strange appetite for importing more from Europe, from countries that are not directly related with the war, is quite strange. And one can imagine that this big import has been redressed to Russia. We have to be vigilant wherever it happens. And in the case of some Chinese companies, we have taken restrictive measures. And we will continue looking at that. And we continue asking China to use their influence in Russia, and certainly they have a lot of influence, in order to push for Russia to stop its aggression to Ukraine. This is about your direct question. Other issues has been discussed here. One of the most important, apart from the war against Ukraine, which for us is an existential threat, certainly for Ukraine more than for anyone else, but also for us Europeans. And we invite all of you to attend the Peace Summit in Geneva on the 15th, couple of weeks from now. But there is the other big conflict in our neighborhood, which is the Israeli-Palestine and the current attack of Israel against Gaza. And on that, I think that it's important to say that an international law has to be fulfilled, and humanitarian law has to be fulfilled, especially at war. And it's very much important, if we believe on the international rules-based order, that is going to be applied to anyone, not only to the people that we don't like. And I think that one of the ways of showing that we are really attached to international law order is to put all pressure in Israel to fulfill the ruling of the International Court of Justice and to give all the support to the International Criminal Court and to be acting in an order that we avoid the double standard accusation and to reject the accusation of anti-Semitism that the Netanyahu government is launching against some of the member states of the European Union who has decided to recognize the state of Palestine, or against the International Criminal Court, the prosecutor, or against the ruling of the International Court of Justice. This accusation of anti-Semitism has to be fully rejected, and international pressure has to be put in order to stop the military operations in Gaza, a ceasefire, release of hostages, and start a political process that could bring peace to the region by building the two-state solution. It's not just a matter of humanitarian support. It is. But apart from that, it's the commitment of the international community to build a sustainable peace based on giving to the two people, Israel has already have it, and to the Palestinian, the statehood that requires in order to live together, not together, but side by side, in common peace and security.
Thank you very much. May I turn to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Defense? You had one specific question on international law and the 9-dash line, and you as well, of course, might want to pick up on one or two of the other things as well. Over to you.
តែពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងសមុទ្រចិនខាងត្បូងហើយជាពិសេសគឺសួរមកដល់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងពីចំហច្បាស់លាស់ខ្ញុំពិតជាបានស្ដាប់នៅសំណួរនេះក្នុងច្រើនវេទិកាណាដែលបានសួរនាំពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងការចូលរួមនឹងគោលចំហរបស់កម្ពុជាទៅលើបញ្ហានៅសមុទ្រចិនខាងត្បូងនេះតាមពិតក្នុងសន្ទរកថារបស់ខ្ញុំក៏បានបញ្ជាក់ច្បាស់ណាស់ពីគោលចំហរបស់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជាដែលជាប្រទេសមួយជាសមាជិកក្នុងអាស៊ានដែលប្រកាន់នូវគោលចំហមួយច្បាស់លាស់ពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងការគ្រប់គ្រងនៅច្បាប់អន្តរជាតិមិនថាអ្វីក៏ដោយគឺវេទិកាអាស៊ានគឺជាយន្តការមួយដែលយើងអាចយកមកពិភាក្សានិងពិគ្រោះគ្នាពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងបញ្ហាផ្សេងៗនៅក្នុងតំបន់ជាការពិតណាស់វេទិកាអាស៊ានក្នុងនាមជាសមាជិកគឺយើងតែងតែលើកយកមកពិភាក្សាដោះស្រាយហើយជាភាសាគឺរក្សានូវភាពទន់ភ្លន់ក្នុងការដោះស្រាយនៅបញ្ហាផ្សេងៗនៅក្នុងតំបន់ចំពោះភាគីចិនក៏ជាភាគីមិត្តភាគីហ្វីលីពីនក៏ភាគីមិត្តភាគីវៀតណាមក៏ជាភាគីមិត្តរបស់កម្ពុជាផងដែរអញ្ចឹងយើងក៏មិនចង់ឃើញថាការជំរុះនៃប៉ះទង្គិចគ្នានៅក្នុងដែនទឹកនេះគឺធ្វើឲ្យមិត្តរបស់កម្ពុជាទាំងអស់មានការប៉ះពាល់ក៏ដូចជាធ្វើឲ្យមានការប៉ះទង្គិចឈានទៅរកភាពធ្ងន់ធ្ងរនិងវឹកវរដោយដែលប្រទេសដទៃដែលមានការសន្និដ្ឋាននិងការពិនិត្យមើលនៅបញ្ហានេះមានការខុសឆ្គងបន្តិចធ្វើឲ្យដល់ឈានទៅដល់ធ្វើការប៉ះពាល់គ្នាយ៉ាងធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអញ្ចឹងកម្ពុជាជំហរកម្ពុជានៅតែប្រកាន់ភ្ជាប់នៅវប្បធម៌នៃការសន្ទនាលើកបញ្ហាផ្សេងយកមកដាក់នៅក្នុងវេទិកាក៏ដូចជានៅវិភាសាគ្នាហើយភាពអត់ធ្មត់នេះនឹងអាចចូលរួមឆ្លើយតបទៅសំណួររបស់លោកស្រីបានថាកម្ពុជាជំហរយ៉ាងណាគិតគូរយ៉ាងណាទៅលើសមុទ្រចិនខាងត្បូងនេះដោយខ្ញុំបានបញ្ជាក់គឺយើងនៅតែគ្រប់គ្រងនៅច្បាប់អន្តរជាតិហើយជាពិសេសគឺយើងអ អាស៊ានផ្ទាល់ក៏ខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថាមានការថឹងថ្លែងយ៉ាងច្បាស់ណាស់ហើយក៏កំពុងតែដោះស្រាយនៅបញ្ហានេះក៏បានស្ដាប់នៅភាគីទាំងសងខាងទាំងភាគីត្រីភាគីគឺត្រូវតែយកមកដោះស្រាយហើយយើងបានអាស៊ានក៏បានថ្លឹងថ្លែងក៏ដូចជាអត់ធ្មត់បញ្ហានេះដែរខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថាយើងនឹងរកនៅវិធានការមួយក្នុងការដោះស្រាយលើបញ្ហានេះឲ្យបានជោគជ័យហើយខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមថានឹងបានឆ្លើយតបនៅសំណួររបស់ស្រីបានមួយចំណុចសូមអរគុណ
Thank you very much. And just one quick note to say that if you're speaking while you have your headphones in, you hear yourself quite loudly, but you might end up speaking quite softly. So when you are speaking into the microphone, it's best to take your headphones out so that we get good audio for everyone. Let me take a couple of more questions, and so we'll do a second round, and again take 5 or 6 or so. And I will start with from Myanmar, Nyanyan Tantong, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor. My question is about the role of private military and security companies, PMSC, which has a visible presence in internally unstable country, especially in the mainland Southeast Asia, and also which those countries are particularly within the areas of BRI projects. Given the historical vulnerability of the region to non-state threats, including terrorism, it is imperative to assess the risks posed by these entities. In light of this, what policy measures and cooperative intelligence framework should regional stakeholders consider to effectively address the threat posed by those private military and security companies existing in the regions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will go to, from Vietnam, Hong San Nguyen.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the floor. My question goes to the Deputy Prime Minister of Cambodia. I'd like to thank you for raising the awareness on the security challenge posed by water resources, food and energy security, as well as climate change in the region. This very pertaining security issues to the Mekong region, which is so important to Cambodia and so important to Vietnam as well. The question is, what is the preferred cooperative mechanism to deal with this question by Cambodia? And if ASEAN can play a role in that, what is the role that Cambodia would like to see ASEAN play in the Mekong region? Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question. Colin Clark, please.
You caught me unawares. 1 second, please. This is for Minister Marles. Sir, have you had a chance to speak directly to the Chinese about some of the examples of unsafe conduct that have occurred in the South China Sea recently?
Sorry, that didn't come through. Did you get it? Yeah? Okay, good. All right, okay, good. Excellent, thank you. I had trouble hearing that correctly, but I think we got it. And then can we please go to a question from China? Jiachao Zhu, please. Your microphone is live.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a short comment and a short question to Minister Mars. I'd like to pick out at least 2 mistakes from your narrative. The first is that you mentioned the drill of PRA last month, and the drill aims to deter a few separatists and not the Taiwanese. And more Taiwan people welcome PRA to protect them. And Taiwan is one province of China. And we will not endanger Taiwan people's security and life. Secondly, and you mentioned that China used a water gun to Philippines, but you didn't mention that the Philippines, their ship intentionally to collide with the China's Coast Guard ships. And one question, and from last night to this morning, and top leaders mentioned that the rules of law. And I think the rules of law is a very important concept. China sticks to the rules of law based in UN Charter. But more people may wonder that the rules of law you expressed in your speech may express your own security concern based in small groups, small cycles, or especially military alliances by violating or eroding other countries' national security or national interests. How do you persuade the whole world to believe that the rules of law, what you mentioned, is the real rules of law? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll take two more in this round, and then we'll return to the panel for a set of responses to those. And next is Antoine Levesque, please.
Thank you, Bastien. My question is for Mr. Borrell. The EU launched a couple of months ago the European Defence Industrial Strategy. My question is whether this has an impact, and if so, which, on the EU's emerging security and defence partnerships in the Indo-Pacific. The strategy found a mention, for example, in a meeting which took place last month in New Delhi. Thank you.
Thank you, Antoine. And from Japan, Ken Jimbo.
Thank you, Bastien. My question goes to Cambodian Deputy Prime Minister TAIPEI. Cambodia conducted the military drill recently with China and joined by the two ships that was docked in the Ream Naval Base in the Sihanoukville. I wonder that this exercise will be regularized in such way that China may access to the Ream Naval Base in a much more regular basis. And how do you respond to the speculation that the Ream Naval Base will become the permanent outpost for the Chinese Navy?
Thank you very much for that question. So again, we've got a few points on the table that are addressed to our different speakers. What I might do is ask them to address them in the reverse order that they spoke from the podium. So I will start, High Representative. I will start with you. I'd take your headphones out. I think that'll help. Thank you.
That's okay now?
Yeah, very good.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for referring to our will and need to increase our defense capacity, starting with the industrial technological base of our defense capacity. Since the Euro crisis, 2008, 2009, until 2011, Europe went to a silent process of disarmament. Yes, let's call it like this. Reducing military capacities and not investing enough on our industrial capacity to produce the arms that we need. Just to give you one idea, since the starting of the war in Ukraine, the purchases of military capacity from our armies, 60% of them, or more than 60% of them, has been done out of Europe. We have been looking for our needs to rearm out of Europe. So it's clear now for Europeans that we have to increase our technological and industrial base of our defense. And for that, we will have to invest much more, not only on military. I'm not referring to the 2% NATO standard for military expenditures, but something more basic, which is industrial capacity to produce weapons that we need for us and to support Ukraine. The relationship with our military partnership with the Indo-Pacific, well, it's not for tomorrow, neither for the day after tomorrow, but certainly if the Europeans can provide a stronger capacity to ourselves, it will also be in benefit of our partners. And if we are stronger, our partners will have a stronger relationship with someone who is stronger. But this European strategy for developing our defense capacity touches technological sides, which certainly will be in a strong relationship with our technological partners in the Indo-Pacific. 80% of our chips and everything which is needed for the digital revolution, everything that is needed to produce arms, is coming from the Indo-Pacific area. Critical materials, too. So our development on the industrial side to boost our defense capacity will have a positive consequences for our partners in the Indo-Pacific, certainly.
Thank you very much. Richard, may I turn to you to address some of these, take maybe 3 minutes or so to tackle these.
Well, firstly, if I could address the question from the US delegate. Australia has had direct contact with China in relation to the unsafe incidents which we have described. In respect of again, the contribution that was made by our Chinese colleague, perhaps the way to address that is to say this. In every relationship that Australia engages, and every relationship that Australia seeks to build, that includes with countries in the region, it includes our alliance partnership with the United States, but it also includes the multilateral relationships that we engage in. All of them, a precondition is that they are directed to supporting the rules-based order. That what we seek to do in the way in which we engage on a bilateral and a multilateral basis is to create relationships which support the rules-based order. And as I said, in doing that in this region, we very much see that at the cornerstone of regional architecture is ASEAN centrality, and that the way in which ASEAN operates also supports the rules-based order. Now, we get that there are in large measure, those rules are well understood, but we get that there are going to be occasions where there are different views about what the rules are internationally. We have mechanisms for working those through. There are international arbitral rulings which have clarified those in the past. They have meaning. But ultimately, that needs to be worked through with dialogue at its heart. But having said all of that, when we assert the rules-based order, as we do in a lot of our naval activity and asserting the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, we need to be ensuring, notwithstanding whatever our views of those rules are, that the way in which our navies and our defence forces interact is professional and it is safe. Now, I made clear in my opening remarks that the vast bulk of the interactions that the Chinese Navy and Air Force has with the Australian Defence Force is both professional and safe. I made that clear. But it is important that it's not just the vast bulk, but it's every interaction needs to be professional and safe. And that is all that we are simply calling for.
Thank you very much. Deputy Prime Minister, if I may ask you to address the 2 points that were put to you, please.
ជាសំណួរទី1គឺថ្លែងអរគុណចំពោះមិត្តវៀតណាមដែលបានលើកឡើងពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងបញ្ហានៅទន្លេមេគង្គតាមពិតទន្លេមេគង្គនេះជាមួយនឹងកម្ពុជាគឺមិនដែលមានបញ្ហាអីជាមួយគ្នានោះទេកន្លងមកប្រទេសកម្ពុជាគឺតែងតែគោរពសិទ្ធិនៅប្រទេសជាមិត្តក៏ដូចជាប្រទេសវៀតណាមនិងប្រទេសឡាវផងដែរដែលមានជាប់ពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងទន្លេមេគង្គរួមគ្នាក្នុងនោះវៀតណាមក៏ដូចជាឡាវគឺបានអភិវឌ្ឍហើយដែលផ្សារភ្ជាប់ទៅនឹងទន្លេមេគង្គរបស់ខ្លួនមួយចំណែកមួយដែលបានអភិវឌ្ឍហើយគឺកម្ពុជានៅតែគ្រប់គ្រងនិងយកចិត្តទុកដាក់ណាស់ចំពោះការអភិវឌ្ឍរបស់ប្រទេសជាមិត្តដោយឡែកខ្ញុំគិតថាសំណួរនេះប្រហែលជាអាចពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងបញ្ហានៅព្រៃជីកហ្វូណនតេជោដែលជាគម្រោងរបស់រដ្ឋាភិបាលកម្ពុជាដែលនឹងអនុវត្តក្នុងពេលឆាប់ៗនេះខ្ញុំឃើញថាក្នុងសារព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនរបស់វៀតណាមគឺមានការព្រួយបារម្ភពីបញ្ហាទន្លេទឹកទន្លេមេគង្គក៏ដូចជា ពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងមច្ឆជាតិក៏ដូចជារឿងត្រីរឿងស្បៀងមួយចំនួនដែលពាក់ព័ន្ធនៅក្នុងទន្លេមេគង្គយើងនេះសូមបញ្ជាក់ដែរថាដោយតែខ្ញុំលើកឡើងអញ្ចឹងការអភិវឌ្ឍរបស់ប្រទេសជាមិត្តគឺកម្ពុជាត្រេកអរនិងគាំទ្រណាស់ក្នុងនោះព្រះជីកហ្វូណនដេជោក៏កំពុងតែសិក្សាហើយយើងបានសិក្សាមកអស់រយៈពេលជាច្រើនឆ្នាំណាស់ដោយឆ្នាំ2024នេះគឺយើងអាចមានលទ្ធភាពក្នុងការរៀបចំអភិវឌ្ឍនៅប្រជិករបស់ខ្លួនរបស់កម្ពុជាយើងតែម្ដងដែលផ្ដល់អំណោយទៅដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាជាច្រើនហើយដោះស្រាយនៅបញ្ហាមិនថាទឹកជំនន់ឬមួយក៏ផ្សេងនៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងជាច្រើនខ្ញុំឯកភាពណាស់ចំពោះមិត្តវៀតណាមយើងដែលបានលើកឡើងថាតើអាស៊ានយើងគួរតែយកចំណុចនេះមកដោះស្រាយជាមួយគ្នាខ្ញុំគាំទ្រហើយខ្ញុំសូមលើកទឹកចិត្តដែរថាបើចំណុចនេះអាស៊ានយកមកសិក្សារួមគ្នាប្រហែលជាអាចនឹងជួយដោះស្រាយនៅបញ្ហាដែលនៅតាក់ទិនជាមូទ័រសង្ស័យរវាងប្រទេសជាមិត្តរួមគ្នាក្នុងការប្រើប្រាស់នៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍នៅទន្លេមេគង្គនេះអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំសូមគាំទ្រណាស់បើសិនជាអាស៊ាននៅថ្ងៃខាងមុខមានការយកចំណុចនេះមកវិភាសាគ្នាដើម្បីឲ្យឃើញថាផលប្រយោជន៍របស់ប្រទេសយើងនៅការប្រើប្រាស់នៅទន្លេមេគង្គនេះឲ្យមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពនៅថ្ងៃខាងមុខហើយខ្ញុំគិតថាអ្នកជំនាញរបស់វៀតណាមក៏មានអ្នកជំនាញរបស់កម្ពុជាយើងក៏មានហើយជំនាញបរទេសក៏មានដែរបើសិនជាអាចពិនិត្យមើលថាផលប្រយោជន៍ឬមួយក៏រួមគ្នារបស់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជាគឺយើងនឹងអាចមានលទ្ធភាពក្នុងការអភិវឌ្ឍប្រទេសយើងក៏ដូចជាប្រទេសជាមិត្តវៀតណាមនិងឡាវបានអភិវឌ្ឍរួចទៅហើយអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំគិតថាប្រជិកហ៊ុនននេះដេជោនេះនឹងចាប់ដើមសម្ពោធក៏ដូចជាចាប់ដើមការដ្ឋាននឹងពេលឆាប់នេះបាទសូមអរគុណចំពោះសំណួរទី2ដែលភាគីមិត្តជប៉ុនបានលើកឡើងពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងសមយុទ្ធជាមួយនឹងភាគីចិននេះគឺយើងបានធ្វើរួចជាស្ថាពរហើយក្នុងនោះអ្វីដែលជាមូទ័រសង្ស័យថានៅមូលដ្ឋានសមុទ្ររៀមរបស់កម្ពុជាដែលមានភាគីមិត្តចិនដែលបញ្ជូននាវាមកជាមួយ2គ្រឿងហើយក៏មានដាក់នៅជំនាញមួយចំនួននៅលើទឹកដីកម្ពុជាខ្ញុំចង់ជម្រាបនៅអង្គពិធីទាំងមូលឲ្យជ្រាបថាបញ្ហានេះគឺបានលើកឡើងជាច្រើនហើយក៏បានសួរសំណួរមិនត្រឹមតែមកខ្ញុំផ្ទាល់ទេសួរតាំងពីសម្ដេចពិជ័យសេនាធាបាញ់សួរតាំងពីសម្ដេចមហាវរហ៊ុនម៉ាណែតនាយករដ្ឋមន្ត្រីនៃប្រជាណាចក្រកម្ពុជាហើយយើងតែងតែលើកនៅបញ្ហានេះរដ្ឋធម្មនុញ្ញរបស់កម្ពុជាគឺបានបញ្ជាក់ច្បាស់ណាស់ថាមិនមានមូលដ្ឋានទ័ពបរទេសនៅក្នុងដែនដីរបស់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជានោះឡើយយើងបានចែងច្បាស់នៅក្នុងកត្តានេះយើងក៏តែងតែលើកក្នុងគ្រប់វេទិកាថាចិនបានមកជួយកម្ពុជាក្នុងពេលដែលកម្ពុជាត្រូវការធ្វើទំនើបកម្មនៅវិស័យការពារជាតិក្នុងនោះការដែលយើងបំពាក់នៅសម្ភារៈផ្សេងដែលជាសម្ភារៈថ្មីទំនើបមកលើកម្ពុជាដែលនឹងមានលទ្ធភាពក្នុងការអភិវឌ្ឍវិស័យការពារជាតិរបស់ខ្លួននេះជាធម្មតាគឺយើងត្រូវការជំនាញច្បាស់លាស់នឹងអាចមកបំពេញបន្ថែមឲ្យសិក្ខាកាមឲ្យនាវិករបស់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងជាពិសេសគឺដែនទឹកในការប្រើប្រាស់នៅឧបករណ៍ដ៏ទំនើបថ្មីនេះហើយសុទ្ធសឹងតែឧបករណ៍ថ្មីជាច្រើនដែលនឹងបំពាក់នៅក្នុងមូលដ្ឋានរៀមរបស់យើងដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់បានយើងត្រូវការអ្នកដែលមកជួយហ្វឹកហ្វឺននិងបង្វឹកឲ្យកម្ពុជាជាពិសេសគឺកងទ័ពជើងទឹកយើងអាចប្រើប្រាស់បានក្នុងការថែរក្សាដែនទឹកបូរណភាពទឹកដីរបស់កម្ពុជាយើងមិនមានការបំណងក្នុងការទៅឈ្លានពាននៅដែនទឹករបស់ប្រទេសជាមិត្តហើយយើងក៏នៅប្រកាន់ភ្ជាប់នៅរដ្ឋធម្មនុញ្ញរបស់កម្ពុជាគឺមិនមានផ្ដល់ឲ្យមូលដ្ឋានបរទេសមកលើនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាក្នុងនោះខ្ញុំក៏បានលើកនៅកិច្ចសម្ភាសជាច្រើនហើយការដែលយើងធ្វើសមយុទ្ធនេះគឺក៏មិនមានដាក់ជាមូលដ្ឋានអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍ឲ្យប្រទេសចិនមកលើជាការដ្ឋានសមុទ្ររៀមរបស់យើងដែរតែត្រូវតែសូមការយោគយល់ថាកម្ពុជាកំពុងត្រូវការ ការវឹកវើជាច្រើនចឹងហើយមិនត្រឹមតែប្រទេសចិនទេប្រទេសជាមិត្តផ្សេងក៏អាចមានលទ្ធភាពក្នុងការចូលរួមในការវឹកវើក៏ដូចជាសមយុទ្ធរួមគ្នាផងដែរជាក់ស្ដែងគឺយើងនឹងបន្តរៀបចំនៅសមយុទ្ធផ្សេងនៅជាមួយឆ្នាំទៅមួយឆ្នាំហើយការអភិវឌ្ឍនៃការសមយុទ្ធនីមួយគឺយើងបានគិតកត់សម្គាល់ហើយតាពីឆ្នាំ2023មក2024គឺមានការលើកកម្ពស់ច្រើនហើយក្នុងនោះខ្ញុំគិតថាបន្ទាប់ពីការសាងសង់រួចមូលដ្ឋានទ័ពព្រាមយើងក៏មិនមានអ្វីដែលថាយើងនឹងលាក់បាំងទៅឯភាគីមិត្តផ្សេងក៏ប៉ុន្តែសូមការយោគយល់បន្ថែមទៀតមួយចំណុចទៀតគឺមូលដ្ឋានមូលដ្ឋានទ័ពព្រាមក៏ជាមូលដ្ឋានរបស់កងទ័ពជើងទឹករបស់កម្ពុជាអញ្ចឹងតំបន់ខ្លះក៏ជាតំបន់ផ្ដាច់មុខរបស់កម្ពុជាផងដែរអញ្ចឹងយើងមិនអាចថាត្រូវតែបើកចំហទាំងស្រុងឲ្យភាគីមិត្តចូលរួមប៉ុន្តែចំពោះផែដែលបានសាងសង់រួចខ្ញុំបានឆ្លើយតបទៅជាមួយនឹងអង្គទូតជាច្រើនដែលបានមកជួបហើយសួរសំណួរដូចដែលលោកបានសួរនេះដែរអញ្ចឹងហើយខ្ញុំបានឆ្លើយតបឲ្យថាកម្ពុជាមិនមានការលាក់បាំងអីចំពោះមូលដ្ឋានទ័ពព្រាមទេហើយខ្ញុំសូមបញ្ជាក់សារជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតគឺយើងមិនអនុញ្ញាតឲ្យមានមូលដ្ឋានបរទេសនៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជានោះឡើយក្នុងទឹកដីកម្ពុជានោះឡើយសូមអរគុណ
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. This concludes our third plenary session. Thank you very much to the three excellent speakers for guiding us through these complicated issues and answering the many questions that were posed. We're now breaking for lunch. We have a very important special address here in this room at 2:45, so it's important that you're back in your seats at 2:41 so that we can get ready. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in a little while. Thank you very much.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
原来好的益生菌加认证 AB 能产生 GABA、色氨酸等助眠因子，难怪吃了更快入睡，也睡得更好。太阳星全效克菲尔益生菌也是台湾市场上唯一添加克菲尔乳杆菌 M1 的产品，这是由台湾知名的大学季转，对季节敏感、调整体质的朋友真的是一大福音。还有这支还添加被称为超级食物的羽衣甘蓝萃取物，不少研究都指出，十字花科蔬菜有助抗炎及防癌。像是羽衣甘蓝含有高量的叶黄素、贝塔胡萝卜素、维生素 K、维生素 C、叶酸等丰富营养素。太阳鲜全效克菲尔益生菌专利制成，无塑化剂、无重金属、无人工添加物、无410项农药、无香料调味剂、无防腐剂、无色素，7大保证、7大认证，觉得好安心。每日克菲尔，时刻美好 ，Good Feel Feel Good， 快点购下单！太阳鲜全效克菲尔益生菌。